Greetings, listener, and welcome to Chilling Tales for Dark Nights. Happy Halloween 2016. I'm your host, Steve Taylor. It's been a while since you and I have been able to sit around and share all kinds of interesting stories and things that make you feel creepy on a regular night, not to mention Halloween. But this is a special evening that we are having, and we are very happy that you are along with us. Thanks for listening to Chilling Tales, the podcast for which I was privileged to be the host of, and we will be resuming that at some point soon, and something new that we'll be talking about as well. But we're here tonight along with the final contestants for our first ever Evil Idol. Yes, that's why we're here. We're here as a result of your actions and your interactions. And who's afraid of a little abstraction? Just the facts. Just gonna kick some gluteus max. I have gone into a rap written by a white guy and rapped by a white guy. Oh my goodness. Anyway, it's Halloween, and so we can do this. Tonight, our contestants, the final 6 Evil Idol contestants, are Nick Goroff, Brendolyn McNair, Christopher Keegan, Jordan Lester, Kristen Holland, and Ashley Arndt. So tonight, over the course of 4 rounds, this little competition will unfold with contestants being eliminated after each round, and this voting is going to be taking place live. The results will be live tonight, and we will narrow this down to the ultimate Evil Idol by the end of tonight's broadcast. We appreciate our worldwide audience that's joining us tonight. And I am privileged to be sitting in the very swampy, humid Mississippi Gulf Coast. Yeah, you can hear it in my voice. Sometimes I'm just so southern and I curse myself for it, and man, I just hate it. But this is how I really am, and that in itself is pretty scary. We have a lot of people from all over the world with us tonight. We have a few moments before we actually begin the competition tonight. Our first reader in tonight's competition will be Nick Goroff. Nick, welcome to Chilling Tales, live on Halloween. How are you, sir?
Oh, hey, man, I'm doing pretty good, man. I mean, I miss that Gulf Coast myself. I miss that New Orleans life. I really do. But no, I'm doing good. It's been one of probably the most memorable Halloween of all time for me thus far, and we've only just begun this, and had a wonderful night trick-or-treating with my daughter. Got to see a whole bunch of costumes, got a mountain of candy that of course belongs to her, and I wouldn't dream of eating roughly half of it and telling her it went bad. So short of that, I'm looking forward to seeing what we get into tonight.
Well, I expect you to be a bad dad, because you should be a bad dad, and you should take as much of that candy to sample and assure the quality of as often as possible.
I need to check the pieces individually to make sure there are no razor blades or poison or something in there. It's my civic duty, and I
It
take it very.
is. And if you find a refrigerator, let me know. I think I lost that somewhere or another.
You would never believe what I found in my Snickers bar.
Man,
The Frigidaire.
Slid out of there. I couldn't believe it. I hadn't seen so many peanuts mixed with ice cubes in my entire life.
How did this vodka get into my Butterfingers?
Wait a minute. All right, so Nick. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to stand by. How about that?
I think I can handle that.
Okay. All right. No, I'm not drunk, YouTube people. I am not drunk. I'm watching the live stream comments going on over here. I am quite sober. All right, so voting is of the utmost importance. And now that I've got Nick on the ready, I need you to be on the ready. Voting is what is the important part. But here's how we're going to do this, okay? Everybody in each of these rounds, the first round will have 6 people reading. After this round is over, everybody will vote, right? You get to listen to everybody. And you get to vote by SMS texting, if that's how you'd prefer to vote. You also can vote as well. We'll have the info, though, for you on the bottom of the screen in the description of this once the round is over. Now, you can vote online if you don't have a smartphone, or if you don't want to vote by text. Get me, and believe me, I live in the U.S. We're all suspicious of where much of our data goes. Right. Or we should be. Or if you're outside the U.S., you can also vote as well. Now, here are the links for you. They're right here in the description of the video that you are watching. But I'll go ahead and spell it out for you, okay? I can do that because I'm that kind of guy. It's www.simplyscarypodcast.com/round1. That's ROUND, the number 1, /. And that'll get you to the link for round 1's voting. You'll see the names of all of our contestants there: Nick, Brindlin, Christopher, Jordan, Kristen, Ashley. And you'll have to use your own powers of persuasion upon yourself to choose who's going to advance beyond round 1 tonight. And this is kind of the sad part. We have to say goodbye to these evil idol contestants that don't make it past round 1 tonight. However, that's not the end of how this is going to work. We at Chilling Tales for Dark Nights have many things that are in the brew right now, so to speak. One of the kind of cool things about being me, not that there's very much about it, except that I drink a lot of scotch. And I don't know if that's cool. Actually, I like it room temperature. I don't like it cool. One of the cool things about being me is I get to hear about everything coming up. And there's some really wicked stuff coming up. And thank you, by the way, for your enthusiasm for the Simply Scary podcast, produced by our own amazing, awesome, wonderful Jesse Cornett, who, though you don't catch his voice tonight, what you do hear is his funky commentary over there on the YouTube chat right there beside this screen you're watching right now. Oh, how am I from the South and not drinking bourbon? I just like scotch much better. So, here's how this is going to work. We're going to do this thing. I've asked Nick Goroff to be on standby. That's because Nick is your first contestant up tonight on Evil Idol. Nick Goroff, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, take it away.
All right, everyone. So I'm going to start this off with something actually a little lighter. Didn't think it was time to get into the blood and guts and gore original pieces quite yet. And this actually is a piece by Philip K. Dick called The Eyes Have It. This comes from Gutenberg.org. It is public domain. And it starts out by saying a little whimsy now and then makes for good balance. That theoretically, you could find this type of humor anywhere, but only a top-flight science fictionist, we thought, could have written this story in just this way. So here we have The Eyes Have It by Philip K. Dick. It was quite by accident that I discovered this incredible invasion of Earth by life forms from another planet. As yet, I haven't done anything about it. I can't think of anything to do. I wrote to the government, and they sent back a pamphlet on the repair and maintenance of frame houses. Anyhow, the whole thing is known. I'm not the first to discover it. Maybe it's even under control. I was sitting in my easy chair, idly turning the pages of a paperback book someone had left on the bus, when I came across the reference that first put me on the trail. For a moment, I didn't respond. It took some time for the full import to sink in. After I'd comprehended, it seemed odd. I hadn't noticed it right away. The reference was clearly to a non-human species of incredible properties, not indigenous to Earth. A species, I hasten to point out, customarily masquerading as ordinary human beings. Their disguise, however, became transparent in the face of the following observations by the author. It was at once obvious the author everything, knew everything, and was taking it in his stride. The line, and I tremble remembering it even now, read, "His eyes slowly roved about the room." Vague chills assailed me. I tried to picture the eyes. Do they roll like dimes? The passage indicated not. They seemed to move through the air, not over the surface, rather rapidly, apparently. No one in the story was surprised. That's what tipped me off. No sign of amazement at such an outrageous thing. Later, the matter was amplified. His eyes moved from person to person. There it was in a nutshell. The eyes had clearly come apart from the rest of him and were on their own. My heart pounded and my breath choked in my windpipe. I had stumbled on an accidental mention of a totally unfamiliar race, obviously non-terrestrial. Yet to the characters in the book, it was perfectly natural, which suggested they belonged to the same species. And the author? A slow suspicion burned in my mind. The author was taking it rather too easily in his stride. Evidently, he felt this was quite a usual thing. He made absolutely no attempt to conceal his knowledge. The story continued. Presently, his eyes fastened on Julia. Julia, being a lady, had at least the breeding to feel indignant. She is described as blushing and knitting her brows angrily. At this, I sighed with relief. They weren't all non-terrestrials. The narrative continues. Slowly, calmly, his eyes examined every inch of her. Great Scott! But here the girl turned and stomped off, and the matter ended. I lay back in my chair, gasping with horror. My wife and family regarded me in wonder. "What's wrong, dear?" my wife asked. I couldn't tell her. Knowledge like this was too much for the ordinary, run-of-the-mill person. I had to keep it to myself. "Nothing," I gasped. I leaped up, snatched the book, and hurried out of the room. In the garage, I continued reading. There was more. Trembling, I read the next revealing passage. He put his arm around Julia. Presently, she asked him if he would remove his arm. He immediately did so with a smile. It's not said what was done with the arm after the fellow had removed it. Maybe it was left standing upright in the corner. Maybe it was thrown away. I don't care. In any case, the full meaning was there, staring me right in the face. Here was a race of creatures, capable of removing portions of their anatomy at will. Eyes, arms, maybe more, without batting an eyelash. My knowledge of biology came in handy at this point. Obviously, they were simple beings, unicellular, some sort of primitive, single-celled things. Beings no more developed than a starfish. A starfish can do the same thing, you know. I read on, and came to this incredible revelation, tossed off coolly by the author without the faintest tremor. Outside the movie theater, we split up. Parts of us went inside, parts over to the cafe for dinner. Binary fission, obviously. Splitting in half and forming two entities. Probably each lower half went to the cafe, it being farther, and the upper halves to the movies. I read on, hands shaking. I had really stumbled onto something here. My mind reeled as I made out this passage. "I'm afraid there's no doubt about it. Poor Bibney had lost his head again." Which was followed by, "And Bob says he has utterly no guts." Yet Bibney got around as well as the next person. The next person, however, was just as strange. He was soon described as totally lacking in brains. There was no doubt of the thing in the next passage. Julia, whom I had thought to be the one normal person, reveals herself as also being an alien life form similar to the rest. Quite deliberately, Julia had given her heart to the young man. It didn't relate what the final disposition of the organ was, but I really didn't care. It was evident Julia had gone right on living in her usual manner, like all the others in the book, without heart, arms, eyes, brains, viscera, dividing up in two when the occasion demanded, without a qualm. Thereupon, she gave him her hand. I sickened. The rascal now had her hand, as well as her heart. I shudder to think what he's done with them by this time. He took her arm. Not content to wait, he had started dismantling her on his own. Flushing crimson, I slammed the book shut and leaped to my feet, but not in time to escape one last reference to those carefree bits of anatomy whose travels had originally thrown me on the track. Her eyes followed him all the way down the road and across the meadow. I rushed from the garage and back inside the warm house, as if the accursed things were following me. My wife and children were playing Monopoly in the kitchen. I joined them and played with frantic fervor, brow feverish, teeth chattering. I had had enough of the thing. I wanted to hear no more about it. Let them come. Let them invade Earth. I don't want to get mixed up in it. I have absolutely no stomach for it. And that was The Eyes Have It by Philip K. Dick.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, Nick Goroff. Everybody, open your microphones and let's give him a hand, shall we? It's lovely.
Woo!
We have. That's
Fantastic.
outstanding. All right. Very good, Nick. And welcome, everybody, to our online Halloween event. This is the final rounds. These are the final rounds, rather, of our Evil Idol competition, which has been going on for quite a while. It's been one of the more wonderful things that we've been a part of. We've discovered some very, very good talent, 6 of whom you'll hear from tonight. They are your finalists. You just heard from Nick Goroff just a second ago. And Nick, fine job, sir. Thank you very much. I wish you luck moving forward.
Yeah, that was good fun. When I found that story, I just couldn't put it down, you know.
There are those that show up that way, and as a narrator, as somebody that just tells stories, whether you do it formally or not, there are certain stories you just read and go, man, I want to do that out loud. And that I can see how you really appreciated that one. All right. We are also joined tonight by our other finalists, among them Christopher Keegan, Jordan Lester, Kristen Holland, and Ashley Arndt. Now, Brendan McNair is our next finalist that's going to be on with us. Bren, how are you this Halloween night?
Well, I'm just peachy keen, Steve.
Thanks for taking time to be on with us tonight. Congratulations on making it and advancing this far
Thanks.
in Evil Idol. I'm going to have you be on standby, okay?
Sounds good.
All right, Bryn's on standby. She'll be your next finalist, making her recitation tonight. She'll tell you about the story she's going to do as soon as she comes back on with us in just a second. This is an interesting event that we are in the midst of this evening. This is the finals of the Evil Idol competition, and our winner will, aside from receiving your outstanding accolades and the sheer privilege of working with some of the best people in the business of producing audio, we're going to have a permanent spot for the winner of this competition on our voice acting team. We have a little bit of a VIP treatment in store for this winner as well in that vein, and that includes some custom written stories for them, and some guaranteed lead roles in productions that we have forthcoming in 2017. So, unlike that other Idol thing where you might catch a winner that has maybe an album that does something and they disappear, our winner of this evil Idol competition will be with us for a long time. And I want to say this publicly, personally. This means a lot to me for a host of different reasons. Without going too far into some mushy, stupid background, let me just say that I've been listening to people tell stories all my life. One of the first things I remember is my great-grandmother telling me stories of Ireland, where she came from, and some of them were not exactly nice. Some of them were kind of crazy, and some of them were a little bit strange, scary. But when a great-grandmother has come from Ireland, she has a lot of ghosts left behind. That's exactly how she said it. Tonight, our winner will also get inclusion in... I still can't believe I'm saying that I'm a part of what I'm about to say. An animated series. Yes! An animated series. We are in development on an animated series for Chilling Tales for Dark Nights. Coming this February, we're going to be launching a Kickstarter, an honest-to-goodness Kickstarter program to raise money for it. Original concepts, original animations. We have the talent, and we are adding to it tonight. Again, we'll include the winner of the Evil Idol competition tonight in the animated series and video game. What? Video game? Are you video game? He just said. All in the works coming up next year. And on top of that, a studio recording package, if they require it. But as you'll find in listening to our finalists tonight, I think you'll agree they sound just fine. So, that's pretty much it. Man, we have a lot going on. And we appreciate you being a part of it. This is one of the coolest things I've ever done. And this is coming from somebody that's been in radio broadcasting. Ooh, yeah, you got that radio announcer voice, Steve. Yeah, but I'm just a regular guy when it comes right down to it. And I like scotch, and I haven't had any in about the last 6 minutes. So I'm going to go have some now while you and I sample our second contestant tonight, second finalist in our Evil Idol competition. Ladies and gentlemen, on Halloween 2016, I give you round one from Brendan McNair.
Hi. Thank you very much, Steve. And unlike Nick, I'm going to come out swinging and go with some original stories. This is called Scareaway Cove, and it is written by me, Brendan McNair. Deputy Denise Pollard investigating for the York County Sheriff's Department. Case number 10312016, missing person Bethany Driggers. Bethany Driggers, 31 years old, last was seen on Halloween night at Caraway Cove, an amusement park near the state line. The park stays open after hours during October, and park staff dress up in costume and convert parts of the park into haunted houses. Driggers went to the park alone, but called several friends and family members while she was there. The following evidence entries are the voicemail messages she left prior to her disappearance. Hey, Joseph! Guess you're still out trick-or-treating with the kiddos. Just wanted to let you know I made it to Scareaway Cove safe and sound. For now. The park looks awesome. They've got more green lights up this year, which look extra creepy in the mist and fog. Anyway, hope you're having fun. Wish you could have come. Bye. Hey, Alexis. How's the party? I bet it's not as awesome as Scareaway. Just kidding. I know you couldn't have bailed on your own party. That would have been super lame. Anyhow, don't worry. I'll ride the brain scrambler twice. Once for me, once for you. Hope everybody has a great time tonight. Miss you. Bye. Molly! I'm at Scareaway. Woo! Remember when we used to come here in high school and we'd sneak beer in? God, that was so much fun. I mean, I know we can just buy our own beers in the park now, but it's just not the same. There's no thrill. And the beer is way overpriced. It'd be a lot more fun with you here, but I understand you couldn't make it. Real life obligations. Being an adult is dumb. Talk to you later. Hi, Tiff. You totally should have come with me to Scareaway this year. It's not just a bunch of dumb high school kids trying to scare each other. And I talked to one of the park employees about the clowns. They didn't even do Chainsaw Circus this year because all the people are freaked out by the random clown sightings that have been happening. So you could have come and had a totally clown-free experience. You'll have to come with me next year. I don't care what you say. We're definitely not too old for this. Hi, Liz. I'm walking through our favorite part of the park right now. No Man's Land. You can tell they shut down the water rides even earlier this year because it looks straight up abandoned here. I still haven't seen our zombie friend. Wait, why am I whispering? Anyway, I think it really is the same guy who just shambles through this abandoned part of the park every year trying to scare people back to the main attractions. He must not be a people person. Ooh, I think I see him. Bye. Liz. Hey, that was not our zombie buddy. I don't know what that was. I'm mildly freaking out right now. I saw something. No, stop it, B. You're being dumb. I saw someone walking really slowly near the water slide. It was hard to see them since they've got no fucking lights out here. That really is poor planning. Anyway, I didn't notice how tall he was until I got closer to him. He was like abnormally tall. He had to have been on stilts. And you know what? It was a clown. A clown! Not cool. That guy at the park totally lied to me. One of the employees told me about earlier they didn't have anyone dressed like clowns this year because of all the paranoia about those random clown sightings around the state. Something about it being a safety issue for guests and staff. What an asshole. Okay, sorry for rambling. I was just really freaked out. I'll feel better after talking. Dude, not cool. Back off. What? Hey, you're not allowed to touch us. Stop. Marty, listen. As soon as you get this, I need you to call the cops. My calls keep getting routed to an automated system, and the one time I did get through, they hung up on me as soon as I said the word clown. There are a bunch of creepers here dressed up like clowns, and they've got me cornered in the water park at Caraway Cove. They tried to gang up on me, but I pushed one of them over, so they all backed off. But now they're blocking all the exits to the rest of the park. I swear, I'm going to end up in jail for assaulting someone if you don't come help me. Call the cops and call the park. Tell them some of their employees have gone rogue and are going to end up in the emergency room if they don't cut it out. Marty, it's me again. There are more of them now. Like, at least 30. And they're completely blocking all of the ways back to the rest of the park. I know I talked big before, but I'm worried now. I think they're going to do something to me. I know it's like an hour away and it's probably totally stupid of me to ask, but will you come get me? I'm starting to get really scared. Call me back when you get this. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, what's happening? I don't know what's happening. clowns don't have eyes. They're just holes where eyes should be. At first I thought it was makeup, but they're just standing there blocking my way out. There's so many of them. Oh shit. They're moving in close. They formed a circle. They're moving into me. You gotta hide. Mom! I don't know what's happened. I'm really scared. If you get this, I just want you to know that I love you, and I can hear that. The red. Oh God, no. No! Trigger's cell phone was found in the storeroom of the gift shop in the water park at Caraway Cove. There was no sign of a struggle, and none of Drigger's other possessions have been found. No one saw Driggers leave the park, and no one can account for after she was seen speaking with a park attendant shortly after 9 p.m. The case will remain open until further evidence is presented. The end.
Happy Halloween. Brendolyn McNair. Everybody open your mics. That's applause worthy, I think.
Awesome scream, Brendolyn.
Well done. You need an agent stat.
Thanks.
That scream had a nice little edge to it. It was very nicely done.
Thanks. That's where all the nerves went. They went into the scream.
They kind of have to at some point, yeah? Oh my goodness. Congratulations on a good, excellent first round, Brendolyn McNair. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. You can remember that voting is what we'll be doing. And we'll be doing it at the end of the round coming up in just a bit. I'll tell you how we're going to do that. There is a link in the description of this live stream video. And you might have an issue with your Flash player. It will tell you that. We've had a couple of people comment about that tonight, and that happens, and we apologize for that. But that's not the only way that you can vote in each round. And please note, there is a different voting link for each round. It's not the same for each round. You will also be able to vote by text message. We will have a number for you that will be good for each round this evening. You will be able to vote only once in each round. And they are very specific about this, and it's IP address based. If you want to cheat it that way, good luck to you. But you know how that goes. We wanted it to be good and honest, and we have very awesome talent tonight. You cannot vote for everyone you like, and that's unfortunate. We would love to be able to do that, but this is a true competition tonight. And you've heard so far from Nick Goroff. You've heard also, just most recently, from Brendolyn McNair. Both of you, very nicely done. You'll be hearing soon from Jordan Lester, Kristen Holland, and Ashley Arndt. We have a lot of storytelling to get to, and we'll be getting back to it shortly. I want to call to the microphone now. I like this guy myself. So pleasant. I wish I could imitate the pleasantness in your voice, Christopher Keegan. How are you? Happy Halloween.
Good evening, Steve. Happy Halloween. Or, in fact, with me, it's actually 2:45 in the morning on Tuesday, the 1st of November.
And thank you for spending such an early, gruesome hour with us on the 1st of November. And congratulations.
It's my pleasure.
And congratulations on making it to the final round of Evil Idol. And we've been pleased to see you progress this far, sir.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to make it this far.
You are a London native, no?
Indeed, I am. We are broadcasting live from the centre of London as we speak.
And I'm going to ask you, sir, to please be on standby your next up, sir.
Thank you.
All right. He'll be joining us momentarily with his reading of the evening for round one. Christopher Keegan, ladies and gentlemen, our third contestant in this first round of 6. Now, I'm just going to back up real quick and tell you that the derivation of what we are doing tonight stems back from an idea of trying to find who was going to be someone we could add to our voice acting team at Chilling Tales for Dark Nights, because we by no means like ourselves that much, and we by no means are complacent. We want to grow and move forward, and we have many things that we'd like to do at Chilling Tales for Dark Nights. One of the first iterations of this beyond this simple storytelling was Chilling Tales, the podcast. That idea turned into something wonderful that you've been listening to with great gusto in the last couple of weeks, and that is the Simply Scary podcast, which we are pleased to say is entirely our own. That is a very wondrous thing. We like doing what we do. And in our last interlude, I was telling you that we do have many great plans for Chilling Tales for Dark Nights. And some of that includes, we mentioned an animated series. Yes. And a video game. Oh, yes. Seriously. And also trying to do storytelling the way we do it. And we have a lot of fans, and we are compared to many other horror or storytelling sites on the web. And we appreciate that. And in a lot of cases, these are friends of ours. And in fact, a lot of people with Chilling Tales for Dark Nights tell stories on other venues. It's how it works. We love what we do. We just like what we do a little bit better. And we'd like to do this on a regular basis. As a professional that has been doing this sort of work for a number of years, I work with very good people. We are adding to our ranks tonight with these finalists in Evil Idol. We love doing this. We are in the midst of our first round that started out with over 200 applicants and nearly 120 contestants. You are listening to the final 6, of which this man is number 3 in round 1 of tonight's Evil Idol finale. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Christopher Keegan.
Thank you, Steve. So on my journey to the final of Evil Idol, I've read a lot of Victoriana, a lot of British horror, and some of my own writings. So for the final, I decided to do something a little bit different. Tonight I will be reading The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore. While I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door, "only this, and nothing more." Ah, distinctly I remember it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow. Vainly I had sought to borrow from my book surcease of sorrow. Sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore, nameless here for evermore. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before. So that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. Some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is, and nothing more." Presently, my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. "Sir," said I, "or Madam, truly your forgiveness I implore, but the fact is I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping at my chamber door, that scarce was sure I heard you. Here I opened wide the door. Darkness there, and nothing more." Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word, Lenore? This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word, Lenore. Merely this, and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning. Soon again I heard a tapping somewhat louder than before. Surely, I said, surely that is something at my window lattice. Let me see then where thereat is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind, and nothing more. Open here I flung the shutter. Then with many a flirt and flutter, in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, not a minute stopped or stayed he, but with mane of lord or lady perched above my chamber door. Perched on a bust of Pallas just above my chamber door, perched and sat, and nothing more. Then this ebony bird, beguiling my sad fancy into smiling, by the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore. Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou, I said, art sure no craven. Ghastly, grim, and ancient raven, wandering from the nightly shore, tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore. Quoth the raven, Nevermore. Much I marvelled this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly, though its answer little meaning, little relevancy it bore. For we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast, upon the sculptured bust above his chamber door, with such a name as Nevermore. But the raven, sitting lonely on the placid bust, spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing farther than he uttered, not a feather than he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, Other friends have flown before, on the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before. Then the bird said, Nevermore. Startled at the stillness broken by reply so aptly spoken, Doubtless, said I, what it utters is its only stock and store, caught from some unhappy master, whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore. Oh, never, nevermore. But the raven, still beguiling all my fancy into smiling, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking fancy unto fancy, thinking what this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking, nevermore. This I sat, engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing to the fowl whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining, on the cushion's velvet lining that the lamplight gloated o'er, but whose velvet violet lining with the lamplight gloated o'er she shall press. Ah, nevermore. Then methought the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen censer, swung by seraphim whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Wretch, I cried aloud, thou God hath lent thee, by these angels he hath sent thee, respite and nepathy from thy memories of Lenore. Quaff, oh quaff, this kind nepathy, and forget this lost Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, whether tempter sent or whether tempest tossed thee here ashore. Desolate, yet all undaunted, on this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted, tell me truly, I implore, Is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, I said, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, by that heaven that bends above us, by that God we both adore. Tell this soul, with sorrow laden, if, with the distant Aidenn, it shall clasp a sainted maiden whom the angels name Lenore. Clasp a rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore. Quoth the raven, be that word our sign of parting, bird or fiend, I shrieked, upstarting. Get thee back into the tempest and the night's plutonium shore. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie thou soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken. Quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting on the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door. And his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming, and the lamplight o'er him streaming throws his shadow on the floor. And my soul, from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor, shall be lifted nevermore. Thank you.
Christopher Keegan, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't that fitting to have a Poe recitation on Halloween night? I do believe so. Chris, good job. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Everybody,
Thank you.
everybody open your mics.
Yay!
I feel like Halloween is complete now.
Yeah, it's,
Let's go home.
But it's no, I have to go still.
that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. We have much more happening tonight, and I want to welcome everybody to the final round of Evil Idol tonight. I'm Steve Taylor, the host of Chilling Tales, the podcast, and we are surrounded tonight. We're right in the middle of this. We've just heard from Christopher Keegan. Brendan McNair is also with us tonight. Thanks, Bren, for being with us, and it's nice to meet you. Nick, man, Nick's got an avatar that is particularly devilish that you might see tonight. An excellent portrait that he's bragging about as well, and he should. Very well done. And Nick among the competitors tonight on the final round of Evil Idol. We have this going on, and you will be able to vote on who it is you think should move forward to round 2 coming up after the end of this round. Voting will go live as soon as we wrap up with our 6th story in just a little bit. The link for this is in the description of the video that you're watching right now. In case you can't see it and would like to type it in, it is www.simplyscarypodcast.com/round1/ROUND and then the number 1. We have some interesting people with us this evening. I want to back up actually and kind of run you through everybody one time here real quick. We're going to start with who did our initial reading of the evening, Nick Goroff. Nick, will you come back to the mic for me and let's have a little chat about what the hell's so special about you, buddy? How'd you get here?
Well, I mean, what's special about me? Nothing. I mean, I'm made of the same decaying organic matter as everything else. I found this competition by way of a Twitter follower of mine, because of my own YouTube channel, which is a mix of just sort of rants and raves, as well as some readings of short fiction and poetry that I'll put over YouTube or over GoPro footage of motorcycle rides.
Yes.
Friends of mine were saying, yeah, you should do voice work, and somebody linked me to this competition, so I jumped into it, and first round went with Lovecraft, and you can never go wrong with Lovecraft. And I'm honestly really just I'm pretty tickled to be just part of this final round here. I'm pretty damn pleased with it.
Nick, you're also, strangely enough, you've probably drunk more beer than anybody. You're a beer review columnist. Tell me how that ended up happening.
Well, that was because it was actually, again, thanks to Twitter. I found so much of life falling into place via Twitter. I worked in professional politics for about 10 years, and I was a union organizer and a radical rabble-rouser type. And what I discovered is that I hated doing that after a while, and that once you've done that for long enough, you're not really welcome. I mean, surprise, surprise, when your job is a union organizer, right? The corporate world doesn't necessarily want to hire you. Who knew? I mean, wow. So
Wow.
a friend of mine who owns a beer shop offered me a part-time job, saying, "Come and check it out. It's a craft beer shop, but stock shelves, do what you do, and figure out your next moves." I ended up getting really into it, and then I ended up finding out that I was following and being followed by a publisher who had recently let a movie critic go, and I'm a trained actor as well as a cinephile and a writer. So I said, "Would you like a new movie critic?" And he said, "Well, no, I've got plenty of movie critics, but you seem to really like and know beer. Would you like to be a beer reviewer?" And I thought about it for a whopping 2.5 seconds, and I said, "Yes, I suppose I will take your money to muse about my beer drinking habits." And since then, it's gotten to a point now where I get shipments of vodka and rum in the mail from time to time, sent off to distilleries. There are worse ways to make a living, and as far as like creative writer actor types go, I think I sort of cracked the code on this particular survival job.
Nick Goroff, y'all, what? And I said, y'all, I'm from the American South, and I don't hide it. I don't mask it. And somebody said something to me online about that the other day. Have you ever heard yourself talk? I'm like, yeah, I hear it every day. I talk all the time. Nick, I got a question for you. Why are you so kind about yourself?
Well, you mean, why don't I have a big ego thing?
No, I mean, everybody just says that you're very kind about yourself.
I'm not even entirely certain what that means. So I would say because, well, when you get into doing things such as, like, if you have the privilege, like the great joy of being able to do things like get into a voice acting competition and get to the last round, or you get to write about beer for a living, or you get a chance to write your own fiction, right, and actually do something with that. That's If you're the type of person who can just say, "Well, of course I deserve this," well, then for one thing, you're not going to get any better. You're gonna rest on your laurels. And for another thing, I mean, who does this kind of thing? So I mean, it's the sort of thing. It's like, yeah, well, look at this. So this is bizarre. I don't know how did I end up here? And so I don't know if I'm being kind to myself. I just like to take the perspective that maintains the sort of broad view of things. It says, like, you know what, I mean, win or lose, or succeed or fail, doing this kind of stuff it's obscene, and so few people get a chance to really, so few people actually just step forward and just really go for it. But once you've really stepped up and gone for it, and you find yourself doing it, it's kind of like riding a bike. You're like, whoa, hey, look at me, I'm actually doing it. So I guess I hope that answers that question.
It does. Thank you, Nick Goroff. And good luck, as we will be moving on shortly with our first round of Evil Idols final tonight. Thank you for joining us online. We appreciate it. We're going to go back and speak with Brendolyn McNair, who we heard from earlier, in just a couple of minutes. And I'm also going to talk warm and fondly about Christopher Keegan, who was our last recitalist. That's what I'm going to call you, Christopher, because Christopher, bringing the Poe tonight. That's a cool one. Now I'm going to bring to the mic our next contestant. And I love being able to call somebody to the microphone and say hello for the first time to Jordan Lester, who is our next contestant coming up in tonight's round of Evil Idol. Jordan Lester. And Jordan, do you see, unmute your microphone there? There you go.
Hi,
How are you?
I am great. This is so exciting.
Well, congratulations on making it to the final round of Evil Idol tonight. And tell me how you got here.
How did I get here? Oh my. uh, I have always wanted to entertain other people. I think a lot of people are like that, but they just don't get the chance to find that avenue how to express themselves. And that was me too. Same old story. And I've always loved horror. So I naturally gravitated to you guys, Moth to Flame. I had to know what you guys were all about. And I've been subscribed to you for, I want to say a year and a half, maybe. Quite a while. So I immediately heard about this and I'm like, if it's going to happen, this is when it's going to happen. It's time to jump. It's time to do it.
Well, you jumped in and you've had a marvelous run getting to this point, and I'm going to ask you to put yourself on standby because we're going to be coming to you shortly for your recitation this evening. Jordan Lester, hang on just a second and you'll be stunning everybody shortly, okay?
Sure thing.
All right. The purpose of this tonight is for you to get us on to the next step. We are going to do this in 3 rounds tonight, and eventually we will have our Evil Idol winner. We are in the midst of round 1. We are going on to contestant 4 of 6, and that is Jordan Lester, who will be reading for you shortly. As soon as this round is over, you will be able to vote online, the link of which is in the description of this video. If you can't see it, I'll spell it out to you. It's www.simplyscarypodcast.com/round 1. That's ROUND and the number 1. So keep that in mind. You vote at the end of this. We will also have an SMS text to number for you as well. Thank you for your patience and your participation this evening. We've got over 300 people watching us, listening to us. Hang tight. Some great storytelling is on the way. It's Halloween 2016, and this is the final round of Evil Idol. Contestant number 4 is Jordan Lester. Jordan, tear it up.
All right. Story I found this evening comes from Reddit's No Sleep. There are a lot of great authors there. I have met so many wonderful authors there. I recommend you check it out. This one is by the author Demons Dance Alone. Save some for the rest of us. This is how the story came out. We were stopping at Mickey D's on the way to my friend's house, and my mom got the large order of fries. As she took a fry out on the way to the car, I jokingly said, "Wow, save some for me." A look of terrible anger came over her face. "Don't you ever say anything like that again." I had never heard my sweet, doting mother use that tone of voice before, and it must have shown on my face. She softened. "Oh, sweetie," she said, "I'm sorry. It's just bad time. That's all." "What bad time?" I asked as we buckled in. She carefully checked both directions and backed out of the space before replying to me, always the careful driver. Her tongue lingered on the word. "You know that Grandpa is Mima's second husband, right?" "I do now," I said dryly. She smiled at me as she put the turn signal on. "When I was a little younger than you, my parents got divorced. I stayed with my dad. I stayed with my dad's family because my dad was away on business all the time." Huffed a little laugh as we got back on the main road. Much humor in it. "They said he was on business. Really, he was playing keep away with my mother, grandparents, and aunts and uncles." Her voice, which had taken on a wistful tone, grew flat and monotone. I remember when it started. They used to have big buffet-style dinners all the time. Everyone lived cheek to jowl in this little village, so almost every night of the week was a family dinner. I had just gotten a roll and decided to grab another one. "Hey, save some for the rest of us," he said. Mom's arms tensed a little. It wasn't that there was a shortage of food. There was plenty to go around. It's just that I was extra, and they wanted to remind me of that. I looked at my mom, who I ate right, and looked after my friends like she was their own mother. Hated those people. Well, once he said that, everyone started saying it. Save some for the rest of us. It didn't matter that there would be enough leftovers for days. Save some for the rest of us. It didn't matter that my cousin Ethel always took double what everyone else did. Save some for the rest of us. Way at me until I felt ashamed to take any food at all. Even if I only had a string bean and a single biscuit on my plate, save some for the rest of us. And left. My mom had a faraway look in her eyes as she drove. Place with those people. "What happened?" I asked. She said quite casually, "They all died." And checked her lipstick in the mirror, just like she'd commented on the temperature. "They what?" I asked. She smiled absently. "And last night." Of course, nobody really cared or wished me goodbye. They were more worried about the big Memorial Day dinner. Bread to put on the table. Didn't get a slice of it. My grandfather saw me and said that I had better wait until other people got to eat first. Bread was long gone by the time everyone finished getting food. But my mom was there by then, with Gary in tow. She took me away, and I never saw those people again. She trailed off. "So, how did they die?" I asked. She blinked, coming back to the present. "Oh, gluttony killed them," she said matter-of-factly. "Food. But they did it in such a way that if my dad's family had taken fair portions, they might have lived. But they gorged themselves, and they all died. The person who did it." We turned onto my friend's street. I turned this disturbing information over and over in my head. And smiled at me. "That's why Gary's your grandpa. No matter how boring you think he is." "I know what you mean. I love Starry," I said, but my heart just wasn't in the joke. To my friend's place. I picked up the bag of burgers and my sleepover kit. Before I could close the door, my mom called for me to wait. "Don't forget these," she said. "Bag of banana bread." She smiled as I took it. "Everyone gets one slice. No more." I repeated her words back as she drove away. The end.
Jordan Lester. Excellent. I congratulate you on an excellent read.
Thank
I think
you.
everybody can concur with that.
Excellent.
Yep.
Thank you very much. We are in the middle of round one of tonight's finale to Evil Idol. You just heard from Jordan Lester. Jordan, I'm going to ask you a serious question.
Okay, go ahead.
Is this something that you would have done a year ago?
Can you say that again?
Is this something that you would have done a year ago?
Something I would have done a year ago. I would have dreamed really hard doing it a year ago, but probably not. We all have a lot of growing up to do in life, and I think this just happened at the right time for me.
That's a very wonderful way of telling that. I appreciate it very much, Jordan Lester. I'm not going to put you on the spot any further than that, but I know a little bit about about you and your story. I actually have you at a disadvantage. Craig is a tattletale, but he can do that. And I just have one question, and I have to ask. Prior to doing This Evil Idol, you had no acting experience. This wasn't something
Right.
that you had done before at all.
No, this is my first go around.
Well, I think you've done well. I think you've
Thank
done
you very
excellent.
much.
I think you've done well. Jordan Lester, we'll be watching with great anticipation to see how the voting goes this evening. We've heard from 4 tonight so far. We will be getting on to our 5th contestant in just a minute, and that is one by the name of Kristen Holland. Hello, Kristen. How are you? Are you doing okay? Are you doing all right, Kristen?
Hi, Steve. Yeah, I'm really great, mate.
It's nice to hear your voice, sir. And this
Nice
is the
to hear
first
yours
time.
too.
You're in Australia, is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. Melbourne, Australia.
Melbourne is a city that I have a great affinity for. Sydney as well. I'm a voice of 2 or 3 different radio stations in that part of the world, and I have a smile on my heart when I think of Australia very much. How did you end up? How did you end up on our radar, Kristen?
Well, I was a fan of the podcast, and when you guys announced the competition, I was falling over myself to get an entry in.
Well, you've ended up getting a good long way, and you've done so from down under, and that's a pretty impressive feat. We in America and Canada, North America, we love accents that take us a little bit farther away from here, and that may be for obvious reasons, but we really appreciate your entry and your energy as well. And I'm going to ask you to be on standby here, Kristen. We're going to be coming to you in just a few minutes and getting your recitation for tonight. Can't wait to hear from it.
Okay, great. Thanks, Steve.
I want to bring back, if Brittle and McNair will come back and talk to me for a minute, I would appreciate it. And Brittle
I suppose.
You said that in an almost begrudging Southern woman. Well, I suppose I might be able to.
Well, anyone who knows me will tell you that I am a very begrudging Southern woman.
And you're a very begrudging Southern woman, but what is your profession?
That's an interesting question. I used to be a journalist, and then I got smart and wanted to be paid. So now I work in PR.
And you told the truth. Anybody will let you know that in the broadcast industry or anything like that, it's hard to find good money.
Oh yeah. And I mean, you can only be noble and eat ramen for so long before your digestive tract revolts on you. So.
Oh, mine has been revolting for years, but now I've upgraded to chili dogs on a regular basis.
It's the scotch, man. It's the scotch.
Yes, and it's good scotch. It's not cheap scotch. It's excellent scotch. You know, I mean, if you're going to drink scotch, you drink 15-year-old Macallan Fine Oak, and you start there and you work your way up. And you switch back to Winston Reds in the middle of a life of smoking Marlboro Lights. I don't know why that is, but Brendan, you formerly, I like that newsroom journalist on that. Moving forward, you appear to enjoy telling a story. I think that's exactly what journalists like to do.
Oh yeah, talking to people, telling stories. Yeah.
Yeah. Moving forward, do you think storytelling and getting into characters is something you would enjoy a lot?
Absolutely. And I actually got the nerve to do this because I last Christmas recorded an audiobook for my mom. I recorded and edited an audiobook, not really realizing how much time that takes. Yeah.
Let me stand up and preach back at you. You're so right. You can sit down and record it in a certain amount of time, and it literally takes 3 to 4 times that to edit it and perfect it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I lived in the newspaper I used to work at is attached to a radio station. I spent many a night in the production room recording and editing this audiobook.
That's awesome. And it's I say it's awesome because it is. It truly is by the time you finish that sort of project, you really have accomplished something.
Oh, you couldn't tell me anything. I was the best person on the planet when I finished that.
Which explains much toward your endeavor to end up in the final round of Evil Idol. You've you've taken some nuggets and you've come quite a long way. I want to congratulate you.
Well, thank you very much.
Well, Brendolyn McNair, thank you for earlier and having been our second reader tonight. And coming up in just a few minutes, we're going to hear from our fifth contestant tonight. And that is a guy that I understand. And Kristen, I'm going to ask you about this in a few minutes. Not just yet, but I'm going to ask you about singing. I want to know about singing. So, put that in your pocket for just a second. Tonight, after this first round is over, reader number 5 of 6 is coming up in just a couple of minutes. Don't worry, it's not going to be long, and we'll be done with this, and we'll be moving on to round 2. The problem is that we'll be losing 2 of the people that we've already gotten to know, or that we will get to know. We had to say goodbye to them tonight. We hate to do that because we've come to know them and love them, and they've made it this far. And your vote is what's going to make this happen. It will be done so live following this round. And if you can't see the link in the bottom or in the description below this video, I'll recite it for you myself. It's www.simplyscarypodcast.com/round1. That's ROUND, the number 1. And you will also be able to vote via SMS text. Now, I realize there's not a number for you anywhere that you can see. We will be broadcasting that number to you as soon as round 1 is over. And you'll be able to do so by text. And, of course, normal text rates apply and all that other disclaimer bull stuff that you usually have to disclaim. Coming up, we will have our 6th and final contestant, and that will be Ashley Arndt. She'll be joining us in just a few moments. But first, Kristen Holland from Down Under. Don't you Australians absolutely do? You don't really care for bad Australian accents, do you?
Love them. Please continue.
Which is why I won't do it. I refuse to do it because I know an Aussie that takes that very personally, and I totally respect that. All right. Let's see. Kristen Holland joining us. Then you'll be doing your recitation in just a moment. You sing jingles. Tell me about that.
Well, I work as a musician quite a lot. And in fact, I was up very late last night performing in a dirty old smoky pub. So I'm a little husky today. But I actually got my start as a voiceover artist through initially going into studios doing singing for radio and television ads and jingles and so on.
Nice.
And then that led slowly to actually doing voiceover.
It is a very difficult business to have longevity in. And as a voiceover guy, you got to audition for everything and you got to move it forward. You can't just sit there and wait for stuff to come to you. Do you find that you still have to chase jobs?
Yeah, well, at this stage, things are pretty good because I've got relationships with a lot of them, all the major radio stations and a lot of studios around the city. So I tend to work quite regularly. But in the earlier days, man, I had to push myself very hard.
This is contestant number 5 tonight, Kristen Holland. And Kristen coming to us from Down Under. And sir, again, it's a pleasure to meet you. And it's nice to have you in our final round tonight.
Thanks, Steve.
Kristen Holland, ladies and gentlemen, this is contestant number 5 of our 6 tonight in the final round of evil idol. Kristen, take it away.
Well, for this round, I've chosen Animal Cruelty by Martin Smith. Up and away from the evening murmur of North Hollywood, a shadow clung to a dull green apartment building, and with great caution and short explosions of animation, approached the open window of Henry and Tabitha Herman. At the window, Henry busied himself with sketches and plans at his desk. The blue pencil ghost of a new indoor shopping mall stared back at him, but Henry's hands had become still of late. Nothing was finished, but he had nothing more to add. His shirt stuck to his back. He wiped the sweat from his moustache, dropped his pencil into an old yogurt pot, and looked in on Tabitha.
And then he briefly exercised her and she became perfectly normal,
the man in the red gown said on television. Tabitha's forehead was damp, her breathing shallow. She faced the wall, away from the crib. Henry meant to return it to the store last week. He made a mental note that he knew he would not have the heart to action. He closed the dresser to hide the unopened toys and the unhugged dolls. Greeting cards lined the dresser. Congratulations, it's a girl. With deepest sympathy. The man in the red gown asked them for a donation. Henry brushed Tabitha's hair from her eye and left to run a bath. Tabitha slept. The water was cool. Henry lay back, his stomach an island amidst the foam, and placed a cloth over his eyes. The fizzing of bubbles in his ears masked the sound of the door opening. The door looked out into the living room, toward Henry's desk and the open window. At this moment, as Henry stared into the darkness of the cloth, the door looked out onto something else entirely. The something else nudged the door inwards with its front leg. The front leg and its other 7 took the something else into the bathroom in silence. The something else could be described, if one was to take into account the 8 legs, 8 eyes, 2 pincers, and bulbous fur-covered back, as a tarantula. The tarantula rivaled the bathtub in size. The door creaked shut. Henry opened his eyes to the green pattern of the cloth. He removed it and turned to greet Tabitha. Instead, a mass of 8 blinking eyes and 8 crooked legs looked back at him. The tarantula spoke with a voice like dying bears being dragged over jagged rocks. It said,
"Everything is quite all right."
Henry stopped breathing entirely. His wide, white eyes searched the depths of the 8 black ones that glistened before him. Henry could see no sign of life in those wet coals, yet still it moved. One of the 8 legs moved towards the bath. Henry splashed it. The tarantula
Think we may have lost Kristen, and if that's the case, I hate that. Hello?
Oh, hey, man. Am I back?
I think you might be.
Oh, when did you lose me?
I don't know. Stand by.
Okay.
All right. I'm not exactly sure. Start on the last paragraph. That's the word I'm getting. And we're producing this, and let me just hop in real quickly and explain. I'm Steve Taylor. I'm the host of Chilling Tales for Dark Nights, this live event tonight here on Halloween. And this is a contest that is going on for who's going to be eventually our evil idol. We're going to back up one paragraph, and we're voting on your performance, not your internet connection. So, Kristen, in the interest of fairness, let's jump back one paragraph from where you last left off, and let's resume.
Okay. I am ravenous, the tarantula said. Henry tried to limit the psychological damage of its appearance by focusing exclusively on one spot. Henry spoke only to the eyes. The legs were not there. He spoke only to two of the eyes. Please, Henry said. It was just a big dog. What do you want? A big dog with 8 legs and, oh God. I didn't get this big eating flies and grasshoppers, the tarantula said, moving the pointed tip of a leg away from a pool of water. Come out of there. Henry turned on the tap. The tarantula might have frowned. There was certainly grumbling. I'll splash you, Henry said. Don't come any closer. Listen, if my wife wakes up, she's good with spiders. The tarantula shifted. I'm good with wives, it said. The bath was filled to the top, and Henry sunk into it as far as space would allow. He splashed a little towards the tarantula, and it rose up on its back legs and hissed, jerking away from the water. Ghastly behavior, the tarantula said. There really is no need for this kind of nonsense. I'm not moving, Henry said with a frown. He lowered his head into the water, a balding crocodile. You need to get out before your wife finds me. The tarantula turned its head towards the closed bathroom door. It would be a waste. I couldn't eat, too. The crocodile emerged. Why me? Henry said. What made you pick me? What has Henry James Herman ever done to you? Why my house? Your window was open, the tarantula said. I haven't done anything. We've never hurt anyone. You're not being punished. Not me, though. Not me, not us. The guy across the hall, he's a shut-in. He shouts at kids and collects shrunken heads. All he does is watch game shows. He gets shrunken heads in the mail. I've seen them. Your window was open, the tarantula said. That's it? My window was open? That's it, Henry. My wife needs me. That doesn't matter to me, Henry. Without me, the tarantula moved slightly, so that it could appear to shake its head. It was actually more of a tilt due to the structure of the head's connection to the body, but the illusion was still of a shaking head. It had clearly practiced the maneuver at home. I have money, Henry said. What do you presume I would spend money on? Just take it. Take anything you want. The tarantula inched forward. Henry backed up. Please don't kill me, Henry said. Please. The tarantula looked around the room. It used its legs to spin and rotate its body to allow its quite inflexible head to take everything in. The wiggling motion reminded Henry of an exotic dancer and chilled him to the bone. The tarantula looked back to Henry. Go get it. Go get the money for me, the tarantula said. Really? Really. Get it. Henry stood up, shivering and cupping his genitals. The tarantula moved back 8 tiny steps. Is a check okay? The hair on the tarantula's back was standing on end. A check will be fine, it said. Henry placed a foot on the side of the bath. You promise not to kill me. You have my word, the tarantula said, scraping its words out through gritted pincers. As a gentleman. Henry froze and studied the pincers. They were big enough to grab his entire head. A moment passed, and he blinked himself free of them. He met some of the tarantula's eyes. What? The tarantula said. What? Henry said. Get my money! Get it! Henry slinked back down into the water.
I left my checkbook in work.
You don't need it,
the tarantula said.
you're free to go.
Really? Why?
Your wife, she needs you. You know.
Henry slumped in the water. He looked at the mirror cabinet and saw in it the reflection of the bathroom ceiling.
We lost a child,
Henry said.
the Lord took her away.
The tarantula shifted uncomfortably.
Okay,
Henry said. He stood up. He did not cup his genitals.
you can leave.
You first.
The tarantula said. Henry saw the clever trap and kicked water at the tarantula and cursed.
So nothing we do matters? I'm dead because I left the window open? Nothing we've ever done makes any difference?
The tarantula spoke slowly and clearly.
Not to me.
Henry sat on the back edge of the bath with his feet in the water.
It should matter.
He said, holding his head in his hands.
It should.
The tarantula crept forward, its voice low, as Henry sobbed into his palms.
You have no point, Henry. None of you do. You're just beasts. It's good enough for me.
The tarantula reached the bath, and its front two legs pushed up off the side.
It's good enough for dogs and fish. It's good enough for the millions of humans who die every day, who you don't love. There are no exceptions, Henry.
Tabitha rubbed her eyes, walked to the television, and turned it off. Henry looked down at his ugly, hairy feet in the water, and saw nothing else. He didn't see the tarantula slowly climbing into position around him. He saw only ugly feet and heard only the tarantula's voice.
Nothing you could ever do would have amounted to anything, Henry. You are animals, here to serve your own bodies. When you die, you are dead. Your child is in a box in the ground.
Its hot breath smelt of sulfur.
It's my turn to be served now, Henry. My body needs something.
The tarantula's front legs leaned against the wall behind Henry. At full stretch, it was large enough to completely engulf him in its legs.
Meat,
it said.
You're all just so much meat.
Tabitha closed the window above Henry's desk. She picked up a downturned photograph. In it, Henry and Tabitha smiled in a hospital bed and looked down at their daughter. Tabitha placed the photograph back, face down, and headed for the bathroom. The tarantula's face lingered above Henry's throat.
This will be over quickly,
it said.
You will be over. You'll have your own box in the ground. I can't think of a better reward for all the nothing you've done.
Henry cried.
You're wrong,
he said, and louder.
You're wrong.
The door opened. Tabitha screamed. Henry kicked out at the spider as it turned, sending it onto its back on the floor. He leapt on top of it with both feet, and its legs ripped at his skin as he stamped through the fragile torso and landed feet first in the tarantula's insides. Black blood sprayed up Henry's body, over his uncut genitals and onto his face. Henry stamped again and again as the tarantula roared and its legs tore at his flesh. Black and red blood hit the walls. Tabitha took the bathroom scales and slammed them with both hands down onto the tarantula's melon head. It burst across the linoleum. The tarantula's legs stopped moving. Its roar quietened to a gasp, which quietened to nothing. The tarantula died.
Oh, God,
Tabitha said.
Oh, God, oh, shit, oh, Jesus.
She held Henry.
Where is she, Tabby? Where's our girl?
Henry said. He couldn't look at her. Tabitha stroked Henry's intestine-slicked hair. She's gone, She's gone. She's in heaven. The black blood of the tarantula pooled up around them as they kneeled together on the floor, holding each other. Do you really believe that? Henry said. Henry looked at Tabitha. Tabitha's eyes searched the floor for words and found nothing. Henry had words, but he did not have the heart to speak them. Henry, for the first time, thought not of angels. He thought not of grand plans and mysterious ways. A scraping, scratching sound began. Scratches on linoleum. Life returned to the tarantula's broken legs. They moved slowly, cautiously. A hiss of breath was drawn. The remaining eyes on the tarantula's head began to blink. The pincers began to creak back into action, with its half-smashed face dribbling blood. The leg stretched out, big enough to touch the ceiling, feeling around the room. Henry and Tabitha let go of one another and stood apart. Their eyes did not meet. The tarantula spoke. Henry knew then it would not die.
Beasts,
It said.
you beasts.
Henry thought of a small box in the ground. For the first time, Henry let himself see the dead animal inside it. The end.
Kristen Holland. Nicely done. Everybody
Thanks,
can
Steve.
congratulate Kristen if you'd like.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Hey. Whew. Damn, dude.
Oh, that's quotable. Somebody tweet that. Damn, dude. 320 viewers, a plethora of great entertainment. I told a lot of my friends today this would be something they would find interesting to listen to, and it is so. This is radio theater at its finest, and when you bring together 6 of the best voice actors of the last several months into this collection tonight, you have what his Evil Idol, and you have those sorts of great renderings by Kristen Holland, and that's 5 of 6. Wait, we've one more? Yes, we do, and we're going to get to the microphone up next. Ashley Arndt. Ashley, hello. How are you?
Nervous. Especially after that performance. Awesome job, dude.
Oh, yeah, very well done. And Ashley, congratulations again on being our final finalist in the rotation tonight. Thanks for hanging on with us. I hope your connection stays good with us, and I hope that you have a fine time performing tonight for us. How has the perception of getting here been to you? You've, for some of us, have looked at your progress and gone, "Damn, girl, done good." How's it look to you?
It's really surreal. I honestly entered the contest kind of on a whim. So the fact that I even made it to the final round is just humbling. So, yeah.
Well, congratulations again, and don't be too nervous. I'm going to put you on standby here, and I know that doesn't help, but we'll get right to our final of the first round coming up. Ashley Arndt in just a few minutes. Ashley, just hang tight. Thank you for being with us tonight.
No problem.
I want to go back and say hello to Christopher Keegan as well, and Chris in London, you're 5 hours ahead of me. I guess that makes that, what, about 3:45 in the morning?
Exactly right, Steve. 3:45.
Well, you've done well, and I hope the alcohol or whatever has kept you awake this long has been good, sir.
Copious amounts of coffee and adrenaline.
Coming up in just a few moments after our final reading is going on, we're going to get to voting tonight, and after a brief word or two with Christopher, we're going to give that information to you about where you can find the links for voting tonight. And that is the purpose of this, is everybody listening having an opportunity to vote live. And we will be giving you 10 minutes to vote tonight. It probably won't take that long, but we'll give you 10 minutes nonetheless for everything to come through. And we will then say goodbye to 2 people tonight. 2 will be eliminated after this round's voting is complete, and then we will move forward with some more storytelling on Halloween evening 2016. It's actually ahead of that, and it's already the 1st of November in London, England, where Christopher Keegan is on this very early morning. Sir, it is a pleasure to meet you, and I wanted to welcome you back for a couple of minutes and just kind of hear your thoughts about your progress so far and how this experience has been for you and moving forward in the progress of Evil Idol.
So far, the experience has been wonderful for me. I entered on a whim. I'm a huge podcast fan. Have been for pretty much as long as podcasts have been accessible, really. So much so that I even launched my own a year ago. I have been listening to Chilling Tales for pretty much as long as that, a year or so, as far as I can remember. I think from the beginning, maybe. And when the Evil Idol competition became available, I jumped at the chance.
Well, we're certainly glad you did. It's like I had spoken to Kristen just a few moments ago. We in the United States love other accents besides our own, and yours, to us at least, is very compelling, and it actually seems, more of a what people might think of as a traditional British sort of accent. I don't know how that plays with you, but
no, that's that. I think that plays very accurately. I was born in the north of England. I lived in the north of England pretty much my whole life, so I probably should have a northern accent like they do on Game of Thrones. But unfortunately, I trained at a London acting school, and they beat the accent out of me. So now I am clipped and RP.
Christopher Keegan, who earlier pulled the Poe out in the midst of Halloween evening. And sir, well done, and I wish you luck. And we'll be finding out in the next little while who will be moving forward. I wish you luck, sir, moving forward in that direction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor.
No worries. This is the final round of Evil Idol going on tonight. It is a round by round. Actually, we have a couple more cuts coming up at the end of this round. As I've said, 2 of our fine performers will be going home for the evening. In all likelihood, you'll hear from them again. Why? Because they're so good. All of them are so good. And that's the kind of talent that we've sought out as part of Evil Idol. And there have been some very interesting, I was going to say vocal performances, but I can't get it out of my mouth because it's just, it was a performance, all right. Don't know it was good. We had a couple of those that we'll make a blooper reel, I promise. Okay. So anyway. Also coming up before too long, one of the things that we're working on, I'm going to be able to host another program on behalf of Chilling Tales for Dark Nights, which, if tonight's performance is any indication, you're probably going to want to shoot me if you have to hear me talk again. But true scary stories. If you think you've seen true scary stories, we're working on some things that might be very interesting and will more than likely feature amongst the voices you've heard here tonight. Produced with sound effects and music just like our Chilling Tales for Dark Nights major productions. And tonight's Evil Idol contestants have done so well. And they've made it this far. And in a couple of moments, we're going to hear from Ashley Arndt, who is our final contestant tonight. She's reconnecting right now. Reconnecting in our back room. So just hang on. After her performance, this is how it's going to go down. Just so you know, the nut is on the way. Squirrels. It's on the way. The way it's going to work is this. You will vote. The description of this video has the link. If you cannot see the link, I'll recite it to you. It's very simple. www.simplyscarypodcast.com/round1. That's ROUND and the number 1. And that's the link. You can vote there. As soon as Ashley's performance is done, we will also start that poll. We will start a 10-minute timer. You will have that long to vote. We will also have an SMS text to number for you as well that you can use to text your vote in. Everybody only gets to vote once. If you can find your way around with it, good luck to you. Now, that's where we're at. And I know everybody's ready to be done with round 1. And Ashley Arndt is our final contestant tonight on Halloween 2016. Hello, Ashley. Welcome back.
Hello. I saw a couple things in the chat that my voice was choppy, and I just wanted to check before I continued. Can I get some kind of confirmation?
Yeah, there's a little bit of choppiness, static going on there. I think it's better than it was before you dialed out again.
Okay.
I want to remind everybody, though, moving forward, we're not, I know how disruptive it can be listening to technology that's not 100% great, but we're not grading anybody on their connection. We're grading everybody on their performance. I just wanted to throw that out there, just to be fair. I want to get everybody's concurrence on this, on Ashley moving forward. We understand if we have a connectivity issue in the middle, we'll back up and resume again. Is everybody good with that? Yes?
Well, I'm okay with that.
I'm good with it. No argument.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Right. All right.
Okay.
I think then we can agree on that. All right. Ashley Arndt has made her way to the final chair of this, our final round of Evil Idol. And did you think you would end up here?
Yes and no. I mean, like I said, I had done surprisingly well, and so then it was just kind of like, oh, okay. But actually being here and doing it is, different.
Do you find that just reading a story the way you would normally read it isn't good enough anymore, or do you read it the same way?
Oh gosh. I just try to do my best every time.
Yeah, I mean that as a dad, I tell stories a certain way to my kids. But if I'm going to tell a story to somebody and I really want to reach them, I tell it differently. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Do you find a metamorphosis is what I think I'm asking. Yeah,
definitely.
Well, I've been asked by the Craigopolis, the mighty Craig, who is in the back office working everything this evening, if you wouldn't mind restarting your browser.
Sure, I can do that.
Right.
It will take a little bit to get all my stuff kind of up. So
That's fine. That's
all
fine.
All right, I'll be back. Hopefully this works.
All right, sorry about that.
It's okay. Thank you for being patient, everyone. So
no worries. You worked hard to get here. To us, it's a matter of quality assurance. And
all right.
Ashley will be back on with us in just a couple of moments. This is what happens in the live broadcast scenario every now and again, is we do end up with these connectivity issues. And for that, we apologize. I think it's worth trying to get it right. So that's what we're working toward. You are listening to the final round of Evil Idol. And we will get Ashley Arndt back on with us shortly and get her connection situation worked out. And we'll finish this thing. Don't forget, you'll be voting after this round immediately. You will have 10 minutes to get things in order. And absolutely, tonight, we are not done. I would love to have been done with this round by 11 o'clock, but thank you for technical issues being the way that they are. And I appreciate all of you listening and watching tonight for your patience as we move on through this. Ashley will be rejoining us shortly. I want to remind you of one thing, too. If the link or to the poll for you to vote, if you would prefer not to do that or are unable to, we will have a text number for you to be able to vote that we'll be revealing to you as soon as Ashley Arndt's performance is done as the final one tonight in this first round. Afterwards, we'll move on to round two after your host here gets a little bit of a, I'm just going to be straight up honest with you, it's a pee break. It's what it is. Sometimes the guy's got to pee. And, you know, I've been sitting around here drinking this water, listening to these marvelous recitations, try not to pee myself then. It's host's remorse is what it is. And we appreciate your patience tonight. By the way, I want to thank Jesse is on here, and he has been bouncing back and forth in the chat on the live stream tonight. I want to just quickly say thank you, buddy, for everything you do. I really appreciate it.
Hello?
And, hey, Ashley Arndt,
Is
stand
that
by.
any better?
That's perfect, actually.
Okay,
Hang on just a second.
of course.
Jesse is our executive producer. He does so much of everything you hear. He does more than you would ever know. And he makes our really good things sound even better. And I just wanted to thank him real quick while we have a moment to say so. So there you go. Now, I've yacked enough. Ashley Arndt, since your connection is wonderful and it appears the stars have aligned, here you go, love. This is our final contestant on tonight's Evil Idol round one. You're listening to right here on the Steve Taylor's Talking Southern Radio Network. This is Ashley Arndt.
Thank you, everyone, again for bearing with me, and hopefully the audio quality continues to sound good. So here goes. Best Friends Forever. Written by A.M. Tolfo. Mommy? Lacey called out into the darkness. She hadn't used that word to refer to her mother since she was 6, but she was frightened enough to revert back to the comforting saying, even though she was now 16. She heard the groan again. It was closer now. Despite how long she had been wandering in the dark, listening to that awful noise, her eyes hadn't adjusted to the blackness of her house. She had heard this sound every night at 4 a.m. for the past week. She would get up and look around for the phantom sound, only to find nothing. Tonight, the groaning was much louder. Her feet creaked on the stairs as she ascended to the attic, following the sound of the groan. When her eyes were level with the attic floor, she could see a figure hunched over on the floorboards. The lonely window let in a square patch of moonlight that spilled onto the floor and over the figure. It was stooped over, with its long hair pooling around itself in a blonde fountain. The groaning sounded more like sobbing, now that Lacey was close enough to hear it clearly. Lacey had no brothers or sisters, or even neighbors with young children. She tensed, not knowing who or what figure was on the floor. The small shape turned slowly to face Lacey. It was a girl, long dead. Her face was pallid, with empty eye sockets that were above sunken cheeks, and lips that were forming mold like lipstick. The white dress that she wore was tattered from age, and a small golden crucifix on a fine chain caught the moon's glow and made the metal shimmer. The girl reached out her hands. Chipped, bloody fingernails groped out to Lacey from the decaying fingers. Lacey could hear the old joints creaking as the fingers moved. Lacey put a hand to her mouth as a small gasp escaped her lips. No, I'm not seeing this. I'm not seeing this. This isn't real. This isn't real, Lacey thought frantically. The dead girl's lips didn't move, but Lacey could hear her voice drift into her mind.
Don't you want to come over and play, Lacey? We'll have lots of fun. You promised you would come over.
Lacey's eyes widened. The smell of stale cookies and spoiled milk wafted into the room. She let out a gagging noise as bile rose to her throat, but tried her best to suppress it. She didn't want to anger the dead little girl. She knew the dead girl would get angry. That's what was supposed to happen when you did something to offend a ghost, right? Lacey wasn't sure, but she wasn't willing to take any chances. Lacey didn't believe in ghosts. Believing in ghosts was like believing in unicorns or Santa Claus. However, her ideal of what was real and what wasn't was beginning to crumble as she stared at the ghost child before her. Before Lacey could collect her thoughts, the ghost girl rose from the floor and began walking slowly over towards her. This is not happening. This isn't real. I'm dreaming. Lacey's mind screamed in terror. The dead girl cocked her head, as if she could hear Lacey's racing thoughts, her neck muscles creaking from years of disuse. She smiled to reveal that her 2 top teeth were missing. A phantom giggle arose to Lacey's ears.
We're best friends forever. Right, Lacey?
The ghost girl called out as she raised her arm, hands splayed up, as if asking Lacey to grasp it. Lacey stood, eyes still peeping over the top of the attic floor from the stairs, paralyzed with fear. Once the dead girl was close enough, she lay down on the floorboard so she was eye level with Lacey and smiled again. Lacey's eyes widened in horror as she saw worms and earwigs squirming in her decaying gums. Lacey averted her eyes to the floor and bit her tongue to suppress a scream. She caught sight of the crucifix gleaming on the floor. It sent a dizzying sense of nostalgia and deja vu over Lacey's mind. When she looked up from the cross, she noticed that the ghost girl's fingers were centimeters away from Lacey's forehead. Before she could recoil, the ghost girl's voice drifted into her head again and said,
Stay still, Lacey. I will show you what you have forgotten.
Lacey's muscles froze long enough for the ghost to place her dry, icy fingertips to her forehead. Everything went black. Lacey was 6 years old, standing outside on the front steps of her elementary school, waiting for her bus. Next to her stood the identical twins, Hannah and Janie, who were waiting for their mother to come pick them up. Lacey couldn't wait to go home. because later, Hannah was coming over to play. It was just going to be her and Hannah, and no one else. Her thoughts were interrupted when Janie turned to her and said, "Don't you want to come over and play, Lacey? We'll have lots of fun. You promised you would come over." "No, I don't want to. I want to go home and play," Lacey said. "We're going to have cookies and milk," Janie insisted. Still, Lacey wasn't convinced. She liked Janie, but Hannah was her best friend. Lacey didn't see why Janie was always pestering that the three of them always had to play together. Just because Janie and Hannah were twins didn't mean that she had to be best friends with both of them. Lacey wasn't trying to be mean. She was just trying to have playtime with Hannah without Janie for once. Janie flipped her long blonde hair out of her face and huffed. "Well, we're best friends forever. Right, Lacey?" "Sure, Janie," Lacey replied, looking over at Hannah. Janie smiled, exposing the gap where her two front teeth would have been. A car horn honked, and Janie and Hannah's mom waved at the three of them. "Mommy!" Janie called out, waving. She dashed down the stairs toward her mother's car, which was parked on the opposite side of the street. As Janie dashed out into the street, a harried school bus driver was picking up speed as it was leaving the school's pickup area. Lacey watched as, in a moment's time, Janie was pulled under the wheels of the bus. There was a squelch as the wheels sunk into her belly, and a sharp crack as her spine snapped. Lacey watched in disbelief as Janie raked her fingernails across the blacktop in a futile effort to remove herself from under the bus's wheels. The white dress she was wearing quickly became soaked in crimson blood, and Janie collapsed, her long blonde hair and blood pooling around her. Lacey saw something glinting on the ground through Janie's hair. At first glance, Lacey thought it was the light glinting off of Janie's eyes. Lacey promptly vomited onto her glossy black school shoes. After a second look, she realized it was the crucifix that she had her mom purchase for Janie's first communion just this past month. Lacey stared transfixed at Janie's body under the wheels of the bus until her hands slowly crept up to her eyes to cover them. In the dark of her cupped hands, she heard a phantom voice right next to her say,
"We're best friends forever, Lacey."
Lacey opened her mouth and let out a horrific scream. Lacey wasn't screaming when she realized she was back at her own house, but it was on her lips, threatening to let loose. Janie's ghost was still there, still grotesque, but not so terrifying anymore. Lacey's eyes swelled with tears. "I'm sorry I forgot you, Janie." Janie's ghost stood up. The moon was showing through her now instead of bouncing off of her. She was fading away.
"We're best friends forever. Right, Lacey?"
Tears slowly made their way down Lacey's cheeks. "Yes, Janie. Forever." Janie's ghost looked through the window at the moon with sightless eyes. Her silhouette dissipated into the blackness of the attic. With her went the smell of stale cookies and spoiled milk. Lacey never saw Janie's ghost again. But every few nights or so, she'd wake up to the sound of Janie's laughter and a whispering in her ear.
We're best friends forever, Lacey.
The end.
I love that. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen,
well
Ashley
done.
Arden. And that brings us to the conclusion of our first round of this evening's final round of Evil Idol. The clock has started. Voting is live. Go now to the link which is in the description of this video. If you cannot see it, I'll quote it to you. It's www.simplyscarypodcast.com/round one. That's ROUND and the number one. Also, you can now text your votes, and it will be the same number for all rounds. You will only be able to vote once. You can text your choice, by the way, from any country, but you might be charged more if you're sending from outside the U.S. Can't guarantee that you won't be. But the number is 650 600 9016. That number again is 650 600 9016. You'll be able to vote via text message that way. So, here are the codes. If you want to vote for Nick Goroff, text 134000 to the number I just gave you, 650 600 9016. If you'd like to vote for Nick Goroff, text the number 134000. If you'd like to vote for Brindlin McNair, her number to text is 134001. Again, you'll be texting that to 650 600 9016. For Brindlin McNair, text the number 134001. For Christopher Keegan, his text number is 134002. You'll text that number to vote for Christopher Keegan to 650 600 9016. Again, if you'd like to vote for Christopher Keegan, his number 134002. You'll text that to 650 600 9016. Jordan Lester was our fourth contestant tonight. The number for Jordan, if you'd like to text it, is 134003. 134003 for Jordan Lester. You can text that to 650 600 9016. Jordan Lester again. The number is 134003. Kristen Holland. Kristen Holland. 134003. If you'd like to vote for Kristen Holland. I'm sorry, let me stop. I just said that. Kristen Holland is 134004. Kristen Holland, 134004. You can text that to 650 600 9016. And finally, 134005 is the number for Ashley Arndt. And if you'd like to vote for Ashley, again, that number, 134005, to vote for Ashley Arndt. Text that number to 650-600-9016. To vote for Ashley Arndt, again, that number, 134005. And you can text that to our big number. If you're having trouble voting on the website, if you are having trouble voting on the website, got a link for you here. It's www.smspoll.net. Choose the United States as the country where the poll is being run. That will probably correct your problems. So there you go. Numbers are pretty close right now. Kristen Holland in the lead right there, and votes coming in live as we speak. And they are pulling on up there as they're being counted live. Interesting to watch that happening as a live thing right there. We are still within that 10-minute period, by the way, and allow voting to continue. The top 4 vote getters, I can't be more eloquent than that, at 11 o'clock or 11:20 Central Time on Halloween night. I'm tired by now. The top 4 vote recipients will move forward into the second round for tonight. And 10 minutes is go. Let's go. Yes, starting 10 minutes now. Thank you very much, Craig. I appreciate that. Craig Groshek, our mighty leader, is in the back office running this thing by himself tonight. And good job, dude. All right. Now that we've got all this out of the way, everybody open your mics. And let's hear what everybody would like to think about everything tonight. And let me say, too, being able to host this and meet all of you for the first time, I got to say, your talent is wonderful, and it doesn't matter to me which of you end up. We're going to use all of you one way or the other. Thank you for entering and making our lives much greater.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thanks.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, this is probably the perfect way to spend a Halloween evening.
I grew up in rural South Arkansas, outside of a little place called Crossett, and that was one of my favorite places in the world until I was 12 and we moved. But I remember every year that our Halloweens were spent looking for the Crossett Light, which I've told the story about here before. If you want to know what it is, go look it up on Wikipedia. But Halloween was storytelling, bonfires, hot dogs, terrible hot dogs, and marshmallows. And later in my life, it was drinking beer, smoking weed, and you just name it how bad it got. But and now Halloween is get my kids home, and then I'll have a little drink of scotch and maybe a little bit of a sprinkle of water on it. And Halloween for me is a lot different, and I like the storytelling thing. I like doing this very much, and Chilling Tales is a wonderful avenue to do so. But I'm glad you guys are part of it, and that we're doing this tonight. And thank you for your time, because you've spent all evening here.
Been a pleasure. My daughter was actually a little upset that she couldn't sit and stand by and listen to the stories be told. But I'm like, yeah, you have to go home tonight, honey, and it's gonna run a little late, thinking on how long this is gonna go. But yeah, this has been a blast. And honestly, too, I think I had a lot of fun reading my tale, but I've had, I think, even more fun listening to the rest of these stories.
That's the voice of Nick Goroff, and I feel that I should point that out to everybody. They may not know all of the voices that we're speaking to this evening that have recited and everything else. And we appreciate everybody, and also the technical aspects of that, and dealing with it, and your patience and everything else. And some of the other folks that we've had on here tonight, I guess if we have to back up and do that, and we should too. Brendolyn McNair is joining us tonight. Where are you joining us from? You don't have to give us the specific location. You could be in a compound somewhere. But,
I'm in my underground bunker. No, I'm in a radio station. The radio station at the newspaper where I used to work, because it's quiet and borderline creepy. Because I'm the only one here, I think.
It's a spooky way to spend your Halloween evening.
It is, but it's less spooky than it could be.
6 minutes left to vote in this first round, by the way, and the voting goes on and live tonight. And once we're wrapped up with round one, we will be sadly saying goodbye to two of our contestants for the evening, but it's certainly not goodbye forever. You can get your votes in right now. It's www.simplyscarypodcast.com/round one. And that voting, you can also, after you submit your own votes, you can see the live results of that. And I'm sitting there watching it right now, and voting continues. And good luck to everybody. And everybody's like, it's nerve-wracking. And
yeah, I can't watch it.
Now I'm gonna tell you honestly, I'm watching this now, and if it wasn't for the fact that I just I didn't know that I wasn't supposed to use a private server, I'd be way further ahead.
Oh gosh, don't get me
How do
Ron.
but I mean, how are we supposed to have an open vote without at least one joke referencing something from this other? See, if you have to vote
From
this
the
year,
real horror story?
I mean, like, that's the thing. We've got plenty of real horror stories going on, but if you're going to cast a vote that matters, why not do it in this competition? Go and vote for somebody who isn't going to destroy the world one way or the other.
Oh,
speak for yourself. Yeah, maybe some women just want to watch the world burn.
Some men just want to watch the world burn.
And some radio hosts just want to sit back and smoke a big fat doobie. That's all I want to do.
I was going to say,
gotta
come on
know
over
that,
here. I live in Washington State. It's totally legal here.
Hey,
You understand? You are all triggering me horribly. I'm not saying that I'm doing anything illegal, but if I was, I may have run out last week. But now I need to know what kind of.
Replace that with a cup of tea, and I'm a happy man.
You're
That's so English of you. How very English of you.
I'm an Earl Grey fan. What can I say?
Wait, no. All he's saying is that, like, he prefers to brew his own tea. That's all.
He prefers
Don't
a
judge a
different
man
leaf.
and how he gets off.
A different leaf, if you will.
Yeah, or the same leaf in a different delivery method. But now that we're talking strictly about pot, I really do want to know this though. What scotch, Steve?
Tonight it's Macallan 15-year-old Fine Oak, because it's good that way.
I'm an Oban now.
Just so I have
myself, Steve.
I like Oban, and I like Lafroig, especially the 10-year-old, because it's like getting punched on the chin.
Now, just so that I can make sure though that I have the number right. So we're talking 650-600-9016, correct?
That is correct.
All right.
That is a number to text to.
All right.
Text to. So all those numbers are again now public within the comments of what we have on the live stream on YouTube. And we appreciate that. We've had a lot of folks on with us tonight. We normally get about 100 folks who spend the time with us. We've had over and closer to 300 this evening, and that's been cool. And look, if y'all will keep up the banner, I've got to go answer my door real quick.
Wait,
all right?
Right now?
I have to go answer my door. Why? Host got to eat. I got pizza guy standing out there. Hang on real quick. Y'all talk about.
Say, don't answer it.
I was like, do you know what time it is? Where's your mother?
That's right.
Where's your mother?
I gotta let her in. She's out walking right now. I'm sorry. I just had to do it. All right. Here's what I want to know. Y'all can talk about whatever you want, except for politics, except for beer.
Religion.
Go.
Don't talk politics or religion. Don't
So
just don't.
Maybe I could ask you guys a little bit of advice. I'm actually heading over to the United States in 2 days' time. I'm heading to Santa Monica for a week. Bit of a getaway for a couple of meetings as well. Does anyone have any suggestions of anywhere I should visit?
I can say, well, let me ask: are you a beer fan? I mean, do you enjoy like good craft beer?
I'm British. I love my beer warm and with twigs and leaves in it.
Okay, I'm gonna recommend that no matter what you do, well, somehow you need to find your way to sample. Well, actually, pretty much anything from Firestone Walker, because you're gonna be right in the
Firestone
area.
Walker.
Firestone Walker. It's a California brewery, one of my favorites. Stone Brewing's another good one, but Firestone I found is one of those beers that when you get a chance to try it fresh, like local-ish fresh, like within a week of it leaving the vat, you're in for quite a treat.
Excellent. Oh, that's wonderful. That's a great suggestion. I'll check that out. I do love my beers. You know, London is we have lots of now independent breweries popping up all over the place, so it's a great place to go and sample some lovely beers. And I'll do the same in Santa Monica.
What? Everybody take a smoke break?
No, I'm still here.
You
All right.
sound so distraught.
Because I don't know. I just keep wanting to look at the polls, but I'm just like, don't.
I can't take it. My
I
fragile
can't.
heart can't take it.
I can't. Oh man.
The poll has stopped.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh
Dun, dun,
no.
dun.
So
Jesse, who you voting for? I see your little dummy hands over there.
voting is done. And let's stop right here. And I'll give you your top four. Your top four vote getters. Number 1, Kristen Holland. Congratulations, Kristen. Moving on to round number 2. Up next with 33 votes, Nick Goroff. Congratulations, Nick. You move forward to round 2. Number 3, Ashley Arndt. Congratulations, Ash. You move forward. And the last person of our first 6 to move forward to round 2 tonight, Jordan Lester. Congratulations. Christopher Keegan, Brindleton McNair, your talents are not finished. They will be definitely part of Chilling Tales for Dark Nights moving forward. And congratulations on your endeavors to make it this far. You've done quite well. It has been a pleasure to have spent this time with you on Halloween. And thank you for spending your time with us.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. It's been wonderful.
Thank you for making this the most interesting Halloween of my last many years. Christopher Keegan, I have a great admiration for your voice. I love listening to you speak. And thank you for also having the cojones to come out with Poe on Halloween.
Well, I thought you either go hard or you go home. And I think I've done both this evening. So, yeah.
Good job. Brindleton McNair, we had a conversation earlier, angry, mad Southern woman, I think was something that came out of that. I love your spirit. You're very wonderful at what you do. And your performances have been most interesting. And your writing is also very appealing. I hope you'll stick around with us for a while.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you very much for the compliments. Like, I'm blushing. It's very uncomfortable and I don't like it, but thank you.
No
And
worries.
thanks for a great Halloween. Like, this is the first time I've been up this late on Halloween, and I know I'm not going to wake up with a hangover or in a bathtub. So this is great.
All of your organs will still be there.
Keep your kidneys.
Well, maybe. I still have to get home eventually.
Well, jinx it.
I'm just a realist. I'm a realist.
All right. We say goodbye in the friendliest of ways to Christopher Keegan and Brindleton McNair. Good night and be safe.
Happy Halloween, y'all.
Best of luck,
It's
everyone.
been awesome performing with you guys.
All right. There we go. And, well, it's sad that that's how it happens, but it's what we're here for. We're moving on to round number 2. And we're going to do so in this fashion. We started in a particular way, in a particular order, and we've removed 2 from there. We're going to go back to the same order. We're going to put Nick Goroff starting us off on round 2. And here's how round 2 is going to work. Nick, we're going to get right to you in just a moment. Round 2 is going to work the same way. Each of our contestants will be doing the recitations of round 2, and you'll be able to vote on this after they are complete. You'll be able to vote for round 2 at simplyscarypodcast.com / round 2. Let me start over on that. simplyscarypodcast.com / round 2. That's ROUND and the number 2. All right, so after that is done, you'll also be able to text. You have the number, and we'll also be able to use the same number for round 2. Now, without further ado, we're moving on. This is round 2 of Evil Idol, our finale tonight, Halloween 2016, Chilling Tales for Dark Nights. Ladies and gentlemen, again, Nick Goroff.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, the gauntlet was sort of thrown down in the first round there with an original work, so I'm actually going to break out my own. This was a story I wrote specifically for this final round, and well, maybe if you listen close enough, you'll maybe see where some of the notions of it are drawn from. So this is If These Walls Could Talk by myself. On the valley ridge, overlooking the river, in a small New England mill town, which, for the moment, shall go unnamed, there is one hell of a deal. A corner unit, the 2-bedroom apartment on Dow Street numbered 3A, has gorgeous sunset views overlooking what many regard as American industrial antiquity, and rests a mere 5 minutes from the bustling downtown strip. Utterly perfect for young professionals, a starter home for new parents, or even a spacious in-home studio space for whatever type of artistic creatives may seek a space to work and live. Few who found it could believe the price, or once rented, ever imagine wanting to leave. In this story has very much to do with this apartment and its tenants. One could say it has everything to do with them, but we'll get to that. In the meantime, taking up a random selection of the many unique and lucky individuals to have taken up residence therein, I think it may be worth telling the story of Philip, a tradesman whose suit and tie were themselves a tool belt and a fine pair of boots. Philip, like all tenants of apartment 3A, was simply stunned the first time he walked in, accompanied by a leasing agent, to view the property and fall in rather immediate love with it. The agent was a new hire to the rental company, as every other agent who had shown the place before was, and everyone thereafter would be. Unable to explain on his own exactly why the unit was such a steal, he instead counted his commission in his head as he showed off the view, the water pressure, the fresh coats of paint, and the newly installed carpet. Philip was sold within a dozen paces and signed the lease that very day. As he moved in, I noticed almost immediately that Philip was a fan of hardwood cherry. His bed frame, dresser, living room set, and even kitchen materials such as a butcher's block, knife set, and cutting board were all made of the dark and beautiful material. Not easily stained, yet firm and durable, it was clear that he was a man who appreciated function as much as form. In all of his possessions, made of any kind of wood, I would almost be tempted to say that the only not made of the deep red cherry was his work hammer, which had a shaft of what I might guess to be oak or some other lighter colored variety. Now, as interesting as 3A's tenants' preferred hardwood and trade may be, I truly must say that possibly the most interesting, or at least the most entertaining parts of his life, was his talent with the fairer sex. Never in all my years had I seen another man so gifted with women, and this was abundantly obvious by the string of lovely young ladies I would find him bringing home on nearly any given Friday or Saturday night. almost never the same one twice, and once Philip proved in a very short time to be something of a Lothario of perhaps the highest order. Once he brought two lovely ladies, one blonde and one of red hair, back to his impressive and spacious abode at the same time. It was about this time, though, that I thought it might be time to share some personal stories of my own with the man, and perhaps swap a tale or two in the process. It began while he slept. It was a Wednesday, I remember. I remember because it had been 3 mornings and nights since Philip had seen the pair off, and would be another 3 mornings and 2 nights since he'd bring another guest around. It was on this Wednesday that I decided to share with him some stories from his own home's history. Granted, he didn't entirely understand, as these were stories told to him in his sleep, with most of them being little more than shrieks and screams, and the spattering of blood upon the walls or carpet or ceiling, with anything from a series of loud pops to a succession of wet thwacks accompanying such. It is very hard to tell a tale adequately without words, and as you may have noticed, I am a fan of words. Nevertheless, it was throughout his sleep on that Wednesday, and then in a little burst for the 2 days and nights which followed, until the stories I felt simply compelled to share really settled in. I knew that they'd settled in, as I always do, when that following Saturday night Philip did, as he usually would, return home from a night on the town with this time a stunning brunette whose smile could melt the ice of the Antarctic. They spent the evening as they usually would, with Philip being charming and she smiling and laughing as her wine glass was repeatedly drained and refilled. The only difference, perhaps, in this case, was the hints of creeping madness which were welling around and behind Philip's eyes, and the seemingly compulsory way in which those very same eyes would drift along the room and over to his tool belt as the night progressed. Soon as the wine dried up, and the young woman, whose name was Tricia, if memory serves, failed to notice the swelling yet inexplicable homicidal fury welling up in Philip as a result of my earnest familiarity with the man, the two slipped off into his bedroom, did what young attractive adults are known to do in private, and fell asleep. It was in that sleep that I let Philip in on exactly who I was and why I was so happy to know him, which I will inform you of shortly, before rousing him from his sleep and setting him about his business. His business that evening went as follows. Rising from his bed and assuring young Tricia that he was only getting a glass of water, Philip walked into the living room and to the hanging coat rack by the door. Upon this coat rack hung his tool belt, and from it, as instructed in his sleep, he drew his oaken shaft carpenter's hammer and returned to the bedroom. Now, as this man was both a Lothario as described, yet still a gentleman as far as I was concerned, I was sure to have him do the fair Tricia the courtesy of waking her with the lights on and a light shake of the shoulder, before bringing the hard steel head of that hammer down into her skull with the greatest amount of force he had, forever staining that light oak handle. Sadly, one was not enough to do the trick, so Philip diligently went to work repeating his swings and drives until all the life left Tricia entirely. Then, as he was right to do, he picked up her lifeless and frankly unidentifiable form up off the bed, and walking down the street, hammer still in hand, strolled down into the icy autumn waters of the Merrimack River, where the two sank and would not be found for another week. This little tale told now, I feel it only right to tell you of my own involvement with the luxurious and beautiful apartment 3A. It was originally in 1870 that I, upon taking a job with the Amoscag Wool and Cotton Manufacturing Company, that I was given these very same comfortable accommodations as part of my employment contract. It was a fine job to have, overseeing the mill room and all of those workers. It was within a year of taking that job that I met my wife Agnes, and within a year of our meeting that our first child, Fritz, was born. Now, mind you, I hailed myself from the deep South originally, with strong family roots to that beloved area. And the transition to the cold northern reaches of Manchester, New Hampshire, had been quite taxing on me for a variety of reasons. Beyond old grudges, which now seem silly in retrospect, against the strains and trials of northern aggression in the war which had preceded my venture northward, as well as the sorts of demons men are known to grapple with in the aftermath of such, I found I simply could not take to my new environment. So it was one night when, in the clutches of a rum-fueled rejection of the new life, that I took to my wife and son a butcher's cleaver, bringing both of their heads nearly clean from their bodies, before bundling them both up in a few yards of burlap and seeking to deposit them into the river down the way. It was to my great dismay that a pair of mill hands found me just as I was ready to drop my cargo into the river, and for my crimes beat me to death right there on the very river walk. I suppose it was meant to be the particular flavor of my damnation, that rather than moving on to either heaven or hell, I was instead made to be trapped within the walls of apartment 3A. Not so much within these walls, though, as much as to become these walls and floors and ceilings myself, as I have since become. However, I do manage to keep myself occupied plenty, what with a successive string of occupants who followed, each being offered such a tremendous deal on such a wonderful home, and each, in their time, succumbing to my special form of camaraderie in successively shorter periods. I am rather proud of those who made that walk to the river, which I was so close to making in full, and then so savagely prevented from completing. But as it stands, at this very moment, I am afraid that I must take your leave, as the carpets have now been replaced, the walls scrubbed and painted, and a new potential tenant is presently gazing at the grandeur with eyes alight. She is a lovely young thing, and has such simply adorable children, sharing the history of this home, if only with one amongst the three of them. Is my original story, If These Walls Could Talk.
Speaking from the south of my heart, I like the way you told that story, sir.
Well, I'm glad you approve. That was like, as soon as I heard you were from the south, I was immediately like, okay, when I get to this story, how's this gonna work?
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Nick Goroff. We appreciate it, sir. That's his second drop of the microphone tonight. Well done. Well done. And thanks, everybody, for listening. We are in the midst of round 2. We have 3 more performances coming up in this round. Next up is Jordan Lester. I'm going to ask Jordan to be on standby. We're going to come right to you in just a couple of minutes. And I got a couple of things I need to remind folks of, that at the end of this round, you will again be voting at www.simplyscarypodcast.com/round2. That's /ROUND and the number 2. And you will be able to vote there for the contestant of your choice. You'll also be able to vote via text message. And we had given you some numbers earlier. We will reiterate those shortly, and that will be after our 4th and final contestant of this round is able to complete their performance. We'll remind you of the text numbers for everyone, the specific numbers to send to the master number. You know how texting works. And that's another way that you can vote regardless of where you are from. At the end of this round, we will eliminate 2 more. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right? Isn't that right, Craig? Answer me. Yes, thank you. I love it. Craig Groshek, by the way, our fearless leader, who has been voiceless tonight. I'm acting in some way as his mouthpiece, but not quite like that. I'm not a puppet, and he doesn't have his hand up my butt. I promise. But Craig has a lot of things going on, and he is working his tail off tonight in the background, keeping all this going on, and we appreciate him very much. Also, working the ropes, so to speak, tonight Jesse Cornett, our executive producer, who is also voiceless tonight. Technical difficulties have abounded all over the place. And he is also working the room tonight. And thank you very much, sir, for everything that you do. Now, that's enough butt kissing. Let's move this thing forward. We got 3 more to read in this round, and we got to get to voting. We are going to be hearing soon from Kristen Holland and Ashley Arndt. Prior to that, we're going to hear from our number 2 in this round, Jordan Lester. Jordan, good luck. Take off.
Thank you. This is another story from the No Sleep subreddit. The author goes by the screen name Pippinacious, and this is the 3rd story of theirs that I've read. They are an amazing author. I definitely recommend checking them out. This story is called Her Last Call. When my mother told me that Katerina was coming to stay with us for a few days, I started going through all the stages of grief. First, I tried to deny that it was going to happen. That I'd have a say in house guests once I started paying half of the mortgage. That made me angry, so I gave her the silent treatment, pouty glares and all. When she seemed amused by that, I moved on to bargaining. I told her I'd do all the housework for a month if Kat didn't come. I got a pat on the head, taken up on my offer to clean more, and, oh, by the way, she was still coming. Depression and acceptance occurred at the same time. I was miserable while I cleaned my room, making space on the floor for the air mattress that my cousin would use, and I grumbled loudly the entire time. "Cheer up, Buttercup," Mom said as she passed by my door. "It's only for a week." A very long, very frustrating week in which I would have to share my sanctuary with one of my least favorite people. Mom knew how I felt about Kat. I was very vocal about it, but it didn't change the fact that she let my aunt and uncle drop her off on our doorstep every time they went out of town. Hence, they viewed their yearly vacation as much needed break from their daughter, but Mom said that that was a terrible thing to suggest, and I wasn't allowed to verify whether it was true. "You're both a bit older now. Maybe you'll have more things in common." Eternal optimist. "Just try to be nice." But the moment Kat stepped into my room, I knew this visit would be no different than any of the others. She threw her things onto my bed, gave me a disinterested once-over, and pulled out her phone. Only 2 years separated us, but Kat had quite the queen bee complex and couldn't be bothered with someone so beneath her as a 14-year-old. Bed that night, Kat took the invitation to make herself at home to the next level. She convinced my mom that the air mattress would be too uncomfortable and cause her back pain, so I was forced to switch. Kat watched me get settled on the mattress with a victorious smirk, and I wanted nothing more than to bean her right in the face with whatever was closest at hand. While I struggled to find a comfortable position, she reclined against her pillows and blasted obnoxiously loud music from her phone. I just managed to get Katerina to turn off her music, shut off the light, and agree to sleep when her phone rang. Instantly, I was sitting upright again, one of my pillows in my hand, aimed at my cousin. "Don't you dare answer it," I said warningly. She scoffed, and I was reminded, once again, why I disliked her so strongly. Pillow at Kat's face, but she smacked it aside and flipped me off before answering. To annoy me further, she put the call on speaker. "Who is this?" "Katerina." "Who's asking?" "This is Virginia Press. From school?" There was something odd about the way the girl spoke. Twitchy energy that made me uncomfortable. "Virgin?" Kat said incredulously. "How did you get my number? Why the hell are you even calling me?" "Because there's something I need to say to you." "This couldn't, wait until Monday." No, I need to say it now." Kat heaved a put-upon sigh. "Fine, whatever. But when you're done, delete my number. I don't need weirdos like you calling me and pretending we're friends." "Problem," Virginia said, her voice thick with trembling emotion. You treat people like crap. You say what you want. You hurt our feelings, but you don't care. This is why you call. Shut up! The girl was shouting into the phone. You always get to do the talking, but it's my turn now. You're a horrible person, Katerina. You're nasty and mean, and you make everyone who isn't just like you miserable. The shock that crossed Catalina's face was delicious. I doubted anyone had ever spoken to her that way, and I was only too happy to have a front row seat when it finally happened. It made me miserable for so long. I know it was you who made everyone calling me virgin. I know it was you who photoshopped those pictures of me. And I know it was you who started the rumors about me being a lesbian. I can't go into the locker room anymore without people screaming that I'm trying to look at them. Katerina mimed a yawn at me, and I scowled. This poor girl was obviously hurting, and Kat couldn't have cared less. People started calling my house and telling my parents. My dad wanted to throw me out. Virgin, Kat said. It is, though. This all started because of you. I never did anything to you, and you've made everyone hate me. And they hated you because you're just such a fucking freak. That's okay. Virginia's voice had become eerily calm. I thought I could hear wind whistling in the background. It's not going to be anyone's problem really soon. What? I just wanted to tell you. I wanted you to know so that you never doubted it. This is all your fault. And Virginia started to scream. It was so loud, full of fear, and it went on and on for what felt like minutes, muffled only by the sound of wind whipping wildly by. To pick her phone up, desperately trying to hang up, and I wanted her to so badly, but her hands were shaking and clumsy. Screaming ended abruptly in a heavy thud. We stared at one another, eyes wide, speechless and pale. The phone crackled a couple of times and then went silent. Did she? I couldn't bring myself to ask the full question. Kat gaped dumbly, her mouth opening and closing. She just kept shaking her head in disbelief. Girls? We jumped when my mom knocked on the bedroom door. Everything okay in there? Before Kat could answer, I'd sprung up and pulled the door open to throw myself into Mom's arms. She patted my back comfortingly, but was obviously confused. And when Kat didn't answer her, she tipped my tear-streaked face upwards. What's wrong? I think she killed herself, I cried. What? Who? The girl on the phone. Kat, who had taken on a greenish tint. She ran from the bed, shoving past us on her way out, and locked herself in the bathroom. We listened in stunned silence as she vomited violently. Kat didn't come out for hours and refused to speak to us through the door, so it was up to me to tell Mom what had happened. And for a moment I thought she'd be sick too. She collected herself quickly, though, and told me to try and go to sleep in her bed for a while she took care of things. The rest of the night, unable to get Virginia's terrified shrieking out of my head. The police found her body the next morning at the foot of the town water tower. They said she used a pair of bolt cutters lying nearby to get through the chain link fence, and she'd climbed all the way to the top. That's why I'd heard wind when she was talking. As we watched the story unfold on the news, she was already up there. After it got out that her last call had been to Kat, I thought for sure that she would be shunned for her part in the girl's death, but her friends rallied around her. They blamed Virginia for putting Kat through such an ordeal and said that it was so cruel for her to do such a thing when Kat had only ever played harmless pranks. I was floored by their response and angry that they were turning Virginia into a villain, but there was nothing I could do. I'd never met the girl, hadn't even known who she was prior to that night. She'd just been another upperclassman lost in our crowded school. Kat seemed to recover from it all very quickly. Her parents offered to come back early from their vacation, but she declined. She was fine, she insisted. She was just going to put Virginia Press out of her mind and move on. She relished in the extra attention the situation was bringing, and I overheard her tell and retell the story multiple times, treating it like it was some kind of spectator sport. I was disgusted by her behavior, and after so many days, I told her so. She called me to tell my story. Your story? Her death isn't your story. You're such a bitch. We started to argue, calling each other names and making catty remarks aimed to hurt. We were getting louder, more heated, and I was sure we were going to resort to physical fighting when her phone rang. It helped break some of the tension, and I slumped back in my chair at my desk, watching her with narrowed eyes. She tossed another insult at me before answering. Who is this? I watched the color drain from her face, and she hung up quickly. Who was it? I couldn't help asking. No one. Mind your own business. The phone rang again. She glanced down at it, but didn't answer. Her expression was agitated. The ringtone kept playing an endless loop of some Lady Gaga song long after it should have gone to voicemail. On my bed and backed away towards the door. I could see the caller ID read, unknown. What the hell, Kat? Don't answer it, she said. But whoever was calling wasn't going to be ignored. There was only so many times I could listen to the same few lines of a song before I snapped, and despite her trying to stop me, I lunged at the phone and answered it. Hello? Katerina? That voice. I knew it instantly. Think I'd ever forget it. Virginia? This is Virginia Press from school? I snatched the phone away from me and hung up. She was shaking, caught somewhere between fear and fury. She said, some sicko trying to make me feel bad. Her phone went off again. This time she answered it immediately. I don't know who this is, but if you don't knock it off, I'm calling the cop. Shut up! I could hear Virginia's voice shouting. You always get to do the talking, but it's my turn now. You're a horrible person, Katerina. You're nasty and mean, and you make everyone who isn't just like you miserable. Kat released a frightened sob and cut off against the call. We looked at one another, uncertain and afraid, and then down to the phone. It rang again. Kat tried to decline the call, but it didn't matter. It kept ringing. Give it to me, I said, and I tore the battery out of the back. An even flicker. Rah, rah, ooh la la, want your bad romance. Kat and I bolted from the room, leaving both phone and battery on the floor behind us. As we ran through the kitchen, the house on the phone went off. And when that ignored, my own phone followed suit, and I tore it from my pocket. The caller came up as I chucked it over my shoulder, and we ran out of the house, tears streaming down our faces. Mom came home to find us huddled on the front steps, shaking and crying and unable to tell her why. The house, we begged her to take us over to Kat's and stay there for a while, but she told her what was going on. Ben calling, I finally shouted. Mom was immediately sympathetic and sat between us, an arm around each of our shoulders. What you've been through was very traumatic, girls, and I'm so sorry for that. But you know Virginia can't be calling. It was, though, I insisted, and Mom kissed the top of my head. It was probably just someone who sounded like her, and you got scared. That's okay. But she said the exact same things. Our brains can trick us when we're afraid, baby. That's all. Can't tell her. I looked pleadingly at my cousin, who just shook her head. She'd calmed considerably since Mom came home and now looked annoyed at me. I can't believe I let you get me so worked up over nothing. I had never felt so betrayed. Before I could argue further, Mom handed off her car keys to Kat and told her to take me to the pizza place and grab some dinner, her treat. She was too tired from work to join us, but we'd watch a movie when we got home. The last thing I wanted to do was spend more time with Kat, who was now a liar on top of everything else. But I was told in the mom voice that it would be fun, and I was going. We agreed, knowing full well Mom wouldn't have it any other way. Mom gave us each a $20 bill and told us to call if we needed anything. Both left our phones home. Did you lie? I asked angrily after we got to the car. Because she's right. You were getting scared, and I let it get to me. It was probably a telemarketer or something. I should have known better. Kat didn't look at me as we backed out. You were scared first. You heard her. You know it was Virginia. We even took your battery out. Drop it. Shrank away. We sat in glum silence for most of the ride. Kat kept her eyes locked on the road ahead of her, and her hands in white-knuckled fists around the steering wheel. I just started to think that maybe they were right, and I'd imagined it all. Maybe it really had been some woman who happened to sound like Virginia. You made me miserable for so long. It was you who made everyone start calling me virgin. I know it was you who photoshopped those pictures of me, and I know it was you who started the rumors about me being a lesbian. I can't go to the locker room or bathroom anymore without people screaming that I'm trying to look at them. The car swerved dangerously with Kat's surprise. She pulled over sharply and slammed a hand down on the radio's power button, shutting it off. We didn't look at each other. Didn't speak. We just sat there. Because now there was no denying what we'd heard. After a moment, Kat pulled back out into traffic, and we continued on to the pizza place. The radio stayed off the rest of the way there. Tried to speak, Kat would cut me off with a quick, "Shut up!" She parked across the street from the pizza place, shot me a dark, frightened look, and climbed out. I followed mechanically behind. We had just been seated at a table and given menus when the restaurant's loudspeaker crackled noisily. I love you. I wanted you to know so that you never doubted it. This is all your fault. Screaming flooded the room, swallowing all other sound. The other customers went quiet and cast confused looks around, while the employees scrambled to shut off the PA system, but it didn't matter. I knew what was coming, and I threw my hands over my ears so that I didn't have to hear it again. The dull sound of Virginia's body hitting the ground. Some of the other customers were getting upset, demanding in raised voices to know what was going on. Some went to the counter, where the unfortunate cashier could only hold up his hands defensively and offer an apology. However, I could still hear Virginia's voice on the loudspeaker. This is all your fault. This is all your fault. This is all your fault. Kat was gripping the edge of the table, her breathing shallow and quick. She reminded me of a small animal looking to escape a predator. When the screaming started again, she leapt up from her seat and ran from the restaurant. She didn't stop or even slow down. She just ran out into the road, trying to put distance between herself and the sound of Virginia's voice. Drivers had any time to even see Kat, much less try to avoid her. And I could only watch as my cousin bounced off the hood of a passing car and was thrown beneath the wheels of the oncoming SUV. When she came back into view, lying very still in the middle of the road, her back to me, Virginia's screaming immediately stopped, and mine began. The end.
Well done.
Oh boy.
That was noteworthy. Very good.
Oh, thank you.
That was a murder on microphone, is what that was.
It's a very good way of telling that right there. All right, so we're getting there. We're getting almost to the end of this thing. At least this round, anyway. And two of the contestants in this current round will be going home for the evening. Will certainly be heard again on Chilling Tales for Dark Nights. We have many, many things planned for these wonderful individuals. At the end of this round, coming up 2 readers from now, you'll be able to vote. The address for such voting is listed in the description of this video. If you can't see it, or if you'd like to just type it in yourself, you can do so at www.simplyscarypodcast.com/round 2, ROUND, the number 2. And there you go. All right, so let's move on. Kristen Holland.
Hi there.
It is your turn, sir, and the mic is yours.
Thanks, Steve. This next story is called Know Me by Brooke Wara. I told you, you can't come back here anymore, Tyler, Nomi said, dropping her keys and knapsack down on the ugly yellow kitchen counter. She shook the rain out of her hair and opened the cupboard. The window above the sink rattled against the storm raging outside. She had known the young man would be here before she'd even unlocked her apartment door. He was always waiting for her at the kitchen table, the one with the folded-up Greyhound schedule holding up one short leg. She had stopped dreaming about leaving town and decided the scrap of glossy paper could be useful if she was going to insist on keeping it. Seeing Tyler slouched at the table made her think again of pulling that brochure out and catching the next bus out of town. But then there was her son to think of. He would be out of high school in a few years. Maybe then. We made love on this table, Tyler said. He ran his hands lovingly over the worn, hand-polished surface. It was your mother's. Nomi sighed and took out her old mug, the one her son had painted for her on Mother's Day ages ago, his shaky brushstroke spelling, "World's Best Mommy." She didn't listen to Tyler reminisce as she started the water for her tea. She didn't need to. His ramblings were so predictable she knew them all by heart now. How is your mother, Nomi? We haven't seen her in so long. She's dead, Tyler, Nomi said. She didn't turn to look at him. She's been dead a while now. Oh. Nomi sat down across from Tyler at the table and put her head down in her arms. It had been a long night shift on the dock. The Pacific had looked fit to swallow the shore, the dancing gill-netting boats moored on the dock, and maybe the whole damn town. Nomi had finished her 8 hours of security rounds with her ears ringing with the yelping of sea lions and a sticky coat of salt water on her skin. This was winter. In the summer, she would don white shorts and regale tourists on the charter boats with foolish stories about krakens. It was a living. At just over 30, Nomi's olive skin and thick brown hair that flopped into her eyes still gave her the look of a teenager. The married men pretended to fish and guzzled local beer. They liked to pinch her ass as she passed by. They left her hefty tips. She took the cash home and brought her son name-brand sneakers for school. Or pizza, that rare, frivolous treat. They'd eat it on the floor in front of the television and watch an old VHS tape, falling asleep on a pile of blankets there like a couple of toddlers. Tyler was still babbling on about his undying love. Nomi snorted a laugh. His voice quieted, and in the silence, the room was only full of coldness. Nomi kept her head down and pulled her damp sweater tighter around her. She knew better than to look at Tyler anymore. What's so funny about undying love, Nomi? He asked. Nothing, Tyler, she said. But you can't come here anymore. And I'm tired. If my son ever saw you here... Your son? I want to meet him. Doesn't he ever ask about me? Nomi pressed her forehead into the table and tried not to scream in her frustration. Not anymore, Tyler. Not for a long time, she said, through gritted teeth.
How old is he now, Nomi?
16, last summer. She thought about the spring she had been pregnant, younger in age than her son was now. She had taken the GED test and left school. She still saw her old schoolmates around town when they came to visit in the summers. They all had the same stiff hairstyles and the same personalized number plates. They were all married to the same type of man in the same polo shirt stretched over his oversized belly. They had all waited to have their children, like the good church-going ladies they had been raised to be, while their sons and daughters were barely learning to ride their bicycles. Nomi's son was getting ready to apply to colleges. They heard this happy news with condescending smiles full of pity on their faces for the poor teenage mother she had been and the poverty-stricken one she was now. In her dreams, they were all closet alcoholics, hiding vodka and Ritalin in their underwear drawers. She closed her eyes to the sudden intake of breath.
But, Tyler said, we'd be nearly the same age. How can I only be a few years older than your son, Nomi?
Exactly, she said. That's exactly why he can't see you here. She left Tyler sitting at the table and flipped on the light in the living room. Hanging from every corner, above every window, standing on every shelf and tabletop, were dozens of handmade bird cages. Nomi had crafted them all, mostly out of old fishing twine, scraps of nets and chicken wire. Woven in between the bars of the cages were bits of seashells, crab shells, pebbles, and driftwood she had scavenged along the beach. In a pinch, she had made a few out of old clothes hangers she had scissored apart and woven together with strips of a negligee or shirt. Each one was personal. Each one was unique. Each one was a story. Occasionally, people on the street would come up and knock on the door and ask if they were for sale. No, Nomi always answered. Never. One persistent woman had stuck her foot in the door and offered $1,000 for the two in the east window. $1,000. And her boy had needed braces so badly, for which she had only managed to save $75 in the shoebox under her bed. Still, she had slammed the woman's foot in the door upon closing it. For weeks after that encounter, one particularly vocal hag had sat rattling and chittering in her cage of shells until Nomi had thought she would go mad. A window stood open at the far end of the room, causing the bird cages to rattle and swing like wind chimes. The room was filled with a din of clacking shells and shimmering wire. One cage had fallen and lay on its side, the door of braided twigs flung open. "Aha," Nomi whispered. She scooped up the bird cage and checked to make sure the latch on the door still worked. It did. She felt Tyler standing behind her. He said her name. She crooked her finger and beckoned him to follow her without turning to look at him. She would not look at him anymore. Nomi stood outside her son's door, forcing herself to breathe slowly and swallow the bile of guilt that threatened to spew out of her. She could smell Tyler now. This was always the part she hated most, but it was the most necessary. It seemed to be the only way to get him to leave her alone. And Nomi was so tired. She pushed the door open. She could hear Tyler begin to cry.
How is this possible, Nomi? That's not him.
Nomi shook her head. That's him, Tyler. That's TJ. You've just been gone a long time. In his sleep, TJ moaned and flung an arm out as if to fend something off. Tyler was in the room.
Tyler, no!
Nomi hissed. He turned to her then, and she could see the half of Tyler's face that had been blown away by the rudder of the boat when he'd gone overboard all that time ago. She stared into the eye bulging from the exposed meat as it rolled back and forth in crazed circles. He no longer resembled the 19-year-old boy she had once known, had once loved. Her eyes darted between the ghost and the child they shared, still asleep in his bed, unaware of the drama unfolding while he dreamt. Tyler stretched a cold, transparent hand towards TJ's face.
Tyler, come away from him,
she said to the broken form of her old lover.
Come away.
Let me hold you. and as he spun to greet her, with open arms and an unhinged mouth, she swept the birdcage up and sent him back into its trap, roaring as he went. She took the cage to the kitchen and stuck it behind the broom in the pantry. She would take it out on the boat tomorrow and drop it into the ocean, she thought, as she had thought 1,000 times before in these last 16 years since Tyler had first come to visit her, after his death. The sun was not yet coming up when Nomoli finally rinsed the tea out of her mug, peeled off her wet clothes, and crawled into bed. She'd started to drift off when someone began pecking insistently at her shoulder. She pulled her eye mask off, the joke kind with the funny eyes painted on them, and began choking from the stench of rot that immediately filled her lungs. She heard the bird cages in the next room rattling against each other. A few of them dropped. She had never closed the window. Sitting by her side was an old woman in a blue nightdress, pleading with Nomi with her bloodshot, bulging eyes. The woman gasped and tugged at the noose around her throat.
Please, can you help me get this off?
The end.
Dun dun dun. Nicely done.
It is absurd that you don't have your own channel yet.
I'll work on it.
Yeah, I hope so. Gutenberg is your friend. Gutenberg is your friend.
This is Halloween 2016, and what a great way to spend our final round of Evil Idol on Chilling Tales for Dark Nights. Thank you very much. We appreciate that tremendous read there from Kristen Holland. Well done. Very well done.
Thank you, Steve.
Ashley Arndt, are you ready?
I am ready. Do I still sound okay?
Yes. You got a little crackle clackle going on, but we're not grading on that, and everybody was okay with that. In fact, they found it added some ambiance to your performance.
Ooh, good. I hope it'll add some to this story then, too.
Well, it is your turn, and this is how it's going to work. As soon as Ashley is done, we're going to go over the voting regime one more time. We'll give you the link. We'll remind you and refresh you with the numbers and everything that you need to know. We'll give you 10 minutes to vote. Those votes will be tabulated in real time, and you can watch it happen on the same site you go vote. And then 2 of our current crop will be done for the evening, but not done with Chilling Tales for Dark Nights. No, we have many plans on the way, but we got a lot of storytelling left. Let's move it forward. Our final contestant for this round is Ashley Arndt. Ma'am, the mic is yours.
Thank you. Tall Man. Written by C.K. Walker. We had all liked Mr. Winscott. He didn't mind when we used the sledding hill on his property, and he always gave out the best Halloween candy in the neighborhood. So, when we heard he'd been taken by the Tall Man, everyone was really bummed out. You wouldn't have heard of Tall Man, so let me explain. Tall Man has been a legend in my town for decades. Those who claim to have seen him say he is over 9 feet tall, slight and pale, with an exceedingly polite smile. My dad told me that Tall Man is a collector. He likes things. Dad says his favorite things to take are sad people, empty buildings, and dreams. I have to admit, he's stolen away my dreams more than a few times. When Mr. Winscott hadn't shown up for church on Sunday, nobody thought it was weird. Then, when Monday rolled around and he wasn't at work with my dad, people started to whisper. My parents thought it was odd, but not particularly concerning. But then the rumors started that Tall Man had gotten him. A kid in my class even said that he had seen Tall Man in Mr. Winscott's house through a window. I told my parents what Jake had seen, but they had only laughed. Tyler and I biked by Mr. Winscott's place every day after school to get to our friend Rory's house. We never stopped in front of Mr. Winscott's to try and see Tall Man through the windows like Jake had. We never even slowed down. But one day we played too late at Rory's. Since we didn't want to bike home in the dark, we called our parents and asked to sleep over. Tyler was allowed to. I wasn't. I tried really hard not to look as I biked by Mr. Winscott's cul-de-sac. I almost made it, but my curiosity forced a backwards glance at the house. The lights were on, and my eyes were drawn to the face in the window immediately. I saw Tall Man looking back at me. I choked in a panic breath, and my foot missed the pedal as I tried to speed away on my bike. I stumbled, only for a second, my eyes never leaving the face in the window, before I pedaled home as fast as I could. The next morning at school, I told Rory and Tyler about Tall Man. They didn't believe me, of course. They hadn't believed Jake either. I knew I had to show them, or they would think I was a liar. We waited until dark, and then biked to Mr. Winscott's cul-de-sac. Tall Man was there, as I told them he'd be, watching us from the window above the front door. It was such a tall front door that I thought Tall Man must be 10 feet high to see out of the window above it. He was almost smiling, but his expression betrayed a certain displeasure. Tyler fell off of his bike. Holy shit! Run! We did. As soon as we cleared the cul-de-sac, we all began talking over each other in a flustered panic. I can't believe we saw Tall Man. Did you see the look on his face? We have to call the cops. We went right back the next morning with more friends, but Tall Man was gone. We went back the next day, but again could see no one behind the window. We began to wonder if Tall Man only came out at night. A few nights later, as we sat in Rory's basement waiting for a pizza to arrive, we decided to sneak out and see if our theory was true. We quietly rolled our bikes down the driveway and into the street. We took off for Mr. Winscott's house, torn between hoping Tall Man was there and praying that he wasn't. We saw him as soon as we biked into the cul-de-sac. He was standing there after all. And this time, Tall Man was outright frowning. He's mad, Rory said. He wants us to stay away. I don't get why he only comes out at night, Tyler said while he snapped a picture. Don't, I hissed. Stop taking pictures. You'll make him madder. Maybe he watches us in the daytime too, Rory shrugged. Maybe we can only see him at night because that's when the porch lights come on and shine right in the window. It was a chilling thought. We decided to test Rory's theory the following Saturday, emboldened by the assumption that Tall Man could only watch us, but never come out. As soon as the sun came up that morning, we biked to Mr. Winscott's. We had to get close, almost all the way to the beginning of his driveway. But Tyler swore he saw Tall Man still standing in the window. I made hand binoculars and squinted at the window for a few more minutes before Tyler suddenly said, "Let's go," hopped back on his bike, and pedaled off. We caught up to him a few blocks later. "What the hell is that?" I said. Tall Man was there, but he looked different this time. Like how? Rory asked. I don't know. He looked angry or just wrong somehow. It was days before we could convince Tyler to go back to Tall Man's house. And even then, he insisted on taking his teenage brother Matt with us. Matt wasn't impressed with our stories at all. He didn't believe us, but he came anyway for Tyler's sake. As soon as we got close enough to see Tall Man in the window above the door, Matt got off his bike. He stared and squinted and stared some more. He got closer, closer than we had ever dared to go at night. We followed nervously behind him. Matt walked right up to the driveway and then down the stone path to the front porch. We dared not follow that far. When Matt went up the porch stairs, right up to the door, "Holy fuck," he said. Then a few more four-letter words. And suddenly Matt was running down the front porch, down the path, down the driveway, and out into the street where we waited. "What is it?" Tyler asked him. "There is no Tall Man," he said out of breath. "Call the cops now." And he was right. It wasn't Tall Man after all. We stayed long enough to watch the police break down the door and cut the rotting corpse of Mr. Winscott from the ceiling where he had hung himself from a lamp fixture in his foyer. The body had decayed as if it were melting in the days we had watched it from the road. Mr. Winscott had written no note and made no goodbyes, leaving behind only the sad imprint of a divorced, middle-aged man suffering a sad, well-hidden depression. It was weeks before the town lost interest in the tragic suicide, and months before kids stopped asking us to describe the body in all of its gory detail. Eventually, even Tyler and Rory had stopped talking about it. Everyone had moved on. Everyone except me. See, there was one detail that always bothered me. One thing I never told Rory or Tyler. It was about the first time I'd seen Tall Man. The time I'd been alone. The thing was, I'd seen Mr. Winscott that night. He'd been sitting alone in his kitchen eating dinner. But I'd seen something else, too. In the upstairs bedroom window, there was an impossibly tall, impossibly pale man staring back at me. And he'd been politely smiling. That was Tall Man by C.K. Walker.
And I like C.K. Walker a lot.
Me too.
And I like how you read that a lot.
Oh, thank you.
Very well done, ladies and gentlemen. That is the final contestant of round 2, Ashley Arndt, everyone. Very well done.
Thank you, thank you,
Yes,
thank
we
you.
welcome all of our voices back that made it to round 2. That being Nick Goroff and Jordan Lester and Kristen Holland and Ashley Arndt. And it is time for everyone to vote. And the time on that begins now. You can vote on round 2, the link for which is in the description of this video. Voting is live now. The link is www.simplyscarypodcast.com/round 2. That's ROUND and the number 2. And this is your opportunity to see who gets to pass on next to our final round this evening. Yes, we will have the winner of Evil Idol after the next two stories are told. So get your votes in now. You've got 10 minutes to do so. Also, you can text. Yes, you can. You can text these numbers. I'm going to give you the master number. You need it. 650 600 9016. That's the contact number you'll send these text codes to. 650-600-9016. If you would like to vote, pay attention now. If you would like to vote, these are different than earlier. For Nick Goroff, the number is 134013. For Nick Goroff, 134013. If you would like to vote for Jordan Lester, you can text 134014. That's 134014. Say that you're partial to Kristen Holland. Text the number 134015. That's 134015. And finally, for Ashley Arndt, feel free to text 134016. 134016. Again, you can also vote online. Simply scarypodcast.com/round 2. You click the blue button to the right of the contestant's name. It's a little blue button there. And if you have problems voting by phone or on our website, we have a web address that you can go to. It's m.smspoll.net and select US. Type in the number of your choice that we gave you just a moment ago. For, again, this is the important part, Nick Goroff, you can text 134013. For Jordan Lester, you can text 134014. For Kristen Holland, 134015, yes. And finally, for Ashley Arndt, the number is 134016. 7 minutes left to vote, and our contestants remain in the hangout with us. And we thank all of you for staying online with us. Over 300 viewers in tonight's live cast. And I got to ask you a question, contestants, as we're sitting here, and you've gotten through round 2. The nerves have, I bet, left you a little bit. You guys care to comment about that?
Vodka? Sorry, what?
Answers that question perfectly. Yeah, you kind of got to be past the nerves at this point. And
well, something I found rather remarkable here, though, is that I don't know about any, and let me know if you guys are the same. When recording the videos for the previous entries, I know at least with my entries, I was going take after take, just trying to get it right. And walking into this, I'm thinking like, oh my God, I'm gonna drop the ball so many times. Are you finding it like strangely? I mean, the pressure's on, but it's easy. Like, I don't want to use that word, but
no, I don't know what it is. Like, okay, so this is going to be really gross, but you have to understand this is kind of like me. So I think when I record, I like swallow too much air or something, and I'm constantly having to edit out burps from my recordings. Does that happen to anybody else, or is that just me?
I don't
that
know
was a little
if
bit
anybody
new.
would actually want to admit it.
Great. Okay. Well, I feel gross now, but.
Oh, you're stuck.
Oh, thanks, Jordan.
Yes, this has been a truly unique occasion. I've done several different live events for Chilling Tales for Dark Nights over the last 2 years that I've been associated with them. And this one tonight is especially interesting because we're sharing the time that we are spending here with newcomers to this sort of venue. I have to ask you guys, our final four here, kind of how that's sitting with you, because you do have it's a small audience, but it is an audience nonetheless. And telling stories in this sort of form is not like recording them and perfecting every second, every microsecond of them. And so this experience has got to be a little bit different than what you're used to for most of you, I would suspect, no?
Yeah, definitely different.
Much more like a performance as opposed to that critical hat you have on when you're in the recording studio, just listening to yourself and saying, nope, that could be better. It's nicer to be in this space, I would say, and just be able to let it flow through.
You seem to find your stride, and it all just snowballs and becomes so much easier.
Yeah, like also with editing out long pauses and stuff from recordings, and here it's just boom, boom, boom. Like I mean, granted, anybody can disagree with me, whatever, but I feel that my tempo is pretty decent for just kind of going with it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, and I still, once again, I mean, I found that I thought with the sort of like crackling and breaking that you had, I thought kind of again it still added something. I got this image of like the girl from The Ring climbing out of the screen. Like I'm not. It's like oh, I'm not supposed to be hearing this. I shouldn't be listening to this. Still though, this is like I'm my acting. I'm trained in film, for instance, and I was mentioning this in the side chat earlier here. But this feels like more like stage work, which is something that's always terrified me to the point I haven't even attempted it. And it's because like, oh, you're on stage, like you only get one chance to get it right. And this is strange, right? How it's just, I mean, I haven't heard anyone drop the ball.
Yeah.
It's very interesting when we've done 3 minutes left to vote, by the way, 3 minutes before we say goodbye to two of our remaining contestants of the four that we have left, and we move on to the final round tonight with one more round of storytelling on the way, and that's where the gloves come off, so to speak. And again, less than 3 minutes now to complete voting this evening. Telling these stories live has been something I earlier equated to like sitting around the campfire. I think that we also have enough personality amongst us. And if many of you don't know anything about the people that you're listening to, but some of us are privy to small details about other people's lives that are among this small group. 2 minutes left to vote. There are some very varied metal amongst this crowd of participants tonight. Very creative people, obviously, and tremendous personalities. The hard part for any voice actor is switching between roles and doing so without tremendous effort. It probably takes a lot on the inside, and speaking from my own experience, it takes me a lot of incentive that I have to sell myself on it to get outside of myself and get into another character. That's been an interesting thing too of the live thing, is instead of just doing small affectations, just jump into the other role and give it an entirely different voice. And I've heard that done amongst all of you tonight. That's very impressive stuff.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
1 minute left.
And thanks to you, Steve. I mean, you're kind of, helping all of us and coordinating everything and making sure everything runs smoothly. So I just wanted to thank you too.
Oh, no worries. I've had fun doing this. I have the most unfortunate job schedule in the world, and it just happens to normally be on any given day, 4 a.m. to 12:30 p.m.
Oof.
That in and of itself is not so bad. It's the fact I have to work a Sunday night prior to that on a Monday morning, and that's how my week starts. And so I got like 2 hours of sleep last night. I got maybe 4 hours this afternoon, and that's all the sleep I'll get until now this afternoon. I hate idiom and tense.
I can feel you on that, only because it's like I juggle 2 columns in addition to the channel and a day job plus doing this. So it's like, what is sleep? Oh, that's that thing I don't remember because I was busy not being productive. Damn it.
Voting has concluded. All right. The two moving forward from this point forward. Congratulations to, with the most votes out of this round, Nick Goroff and Jordan Lester. Congratulations. Moving on to our final round tonight. We say goodbye to Ashley Arndt. We say goodbye to Kristen Holland for tonight. I say that with complete assurances. We will be using your talents as often as you will allow us to do so, both of you. Very well done.
Thank you.
Thanks, mate. Good luck to the rest of you. Good luck, Nick. Jordan?
Yeah, good
Thank
luck,
you.
guys. You guys are great. So keep
You too.
on going.
Thank you very much.
By the way,
Get that channel together, brother. Get that channel. I need to listen to your voice more. I need
I'll get
that
right
in
on it,
my
my
life.
friend. Okay.
I
thanks,
can't wait to
Kristen
get
Holland.
some Rusty Spoon profile picture. So thanks for that.
Kristen Holland, thank you. Congratulations. And yes, your voice is very going to definitely be heard more on Chilling Tales for Dark Nights. A great voice down under. Thank you so much and congratulations, sir.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Ashley Arndt, you're wonderful, and I think people definitely appreciate your talent. You were noted for a dramatic rise and your success in this contest as well. Congratulations for making it this far, and I look forward to doing more work with you soon.
Oh, thank you. I'm honored to have been here and to have been able to, perform with such wonderful people. So thank you and good luck to you guys.
Thank you
Yeah,
so
it's
much.
hard. It's hard to say goodbye at this point, and I stress that importantly. And I don't do so with being facetious. Moving forward, there have been some tremendous talent that have been part of this, and you're now down to the last two of Evil Idol, and that's where we're going to be going. Now we are moving to the final round. Before we go to the end of this thing, I want to remind you that we will vote one more time and one more time only this evening. It is a different online link than the previous two rounds, as the last round was. You will be at the same website, simply scarypodcast.com. Instead of /round 2, you will now be /round 3. And we will also be texting again, SMS text vote following this as well. The main master number that you'll be sending to as the contact number is 650-600-9016. That's the number you will be texting to at the end of this round. Coming up, there will be different numbers than what we've previously given you for the contestants that remained, of which there are only two. And that is Nick Goroff and Jordan Lester. Congratulations, you two. Well done.
Hi. I really didn't see that coming.
Didn't see it coming, huh?
No,
Mm-mm.
no, no. I was pretty certain Kristen had this in the bag. To be honest with you.
Yeah, I have no shame in saying that Kristen impressed me very much. Of course, we know he's very talented, but the seamless transitions between different voices and just that very compelling way of storytelling. And all of our talent tonight have been exceptional, and you two now you're the ones that are left. So congratulations. That's a hell of an accomplishment, if you ask me.
Thank you.
I think we're both reeling a little bit.
Yeah, I can imagine. But I'm going to give you just a couple of minutes to breathe and get ready for your final round. We're going to go in the order that we've begun this thing. Nick has begun rounds, and you'll begin this one. And Jordan, you'll complete it. And then we'll follow with 10 minutes of voting. And it won't take 10 minutes, but we'll give 10 minutes. And that's how we'll proceed with this. So take a deep breath. If you need to pee, go pee. I totally get that. Sometimes the guy's got to pee. Sometimes the gal's got to pee. Go pee. And I got to yak about a couple of things anyway. Chilling Tales for Dark Nights has been just an incredible experience for me, and I've been so happy to be a part of. And there are some things coming up in the future that you may not be privy to, And while we're taking this little break before we get to our final two stories of the night on this Halloween 2016 / November 1st, 2016, we've got some things in the works. Very interesting. A True Tales dramatizations that I'm going to be the host of this program. And I'm looking forward to this. Do you know Stacy Keach style sort of thing, but true stories kind of thing, not necessarily true crime, but true stories. And I'm convinced that we're going to be able to bring information to you that may be life-changing for some people. It may not. I know it sounds far-fetched, but it could happen. I'm just saying. Some interesting things like that on the way. The animated series, we mentioned this earlier too. So many of the stories that we have acquired over the years are phenomenal and deserve to be brought to the larger forums beyond simple storytelling like we do audio ways. I say simple storytelling. We all know the dynamics of what it takes to do this. But the animated series is something that we're working on. It's something that is a natural extension of what we've been doing and will continue to do. Another thing is a video game. Why the hell not? Why you think I love the idea of having an app that you could go crazy on with some of the characters amongst us. And I mean, I'm talking about people like Otis Gyri is his own character. Otis deserves
That sounds amazing.
His own character, and thus would be in this, sort of iteration of what we're trying to do here. I know it sounds kind of far-fetched, but I really believe that the ideas, I know I can't reveal any of that to you, so I'm not really painting that great of a picture, but where we're going, it's going to be interesting. And next up for us, we've got, we again have acquired a tremendous amount of content over the last, especially year, because we have a lot of people that volunteer to work with us and a lot of people that are on staff with us that they spend time culling through, because if you're a fan of horror online and you try to find good stories, and these narrators here will tell you this as well, sometimes you really have to dig deep to find decent, original, quality material that doesn't require some sort of re-edit in order for you to tell that story. And we've done this, and a lot of original material that we believe deserves every bit of publication, every bit of application that we possibly can. Those things are expensive. When you start developing those things like that, it takes money to do it. And everybody and their mama can go online and, do a Kickstarter and try to do this. There are some projects that we're going to be working on. In order for them to grow, that's how we're going to have to do this. But it's a legitimate business cause. And over the course of the next 2 to 5 weeks, we're going to be revealing some aspects of where we're going with our plans for Chilling Tales for Dark Nights. And I hope that everybody will be as excited about them as I am about them. Because I've been doing this now. Next, I think February will be 2 years that I've been associated with Chilling Tales for Dark Nights. This coming February, on my second anniversary, is when we're going to kick off the Kickstarters for these video games, animated series, and so on and so forth. In 2 years to go from a group of people seriously and tremendously interested in creating great radio theater in the line of the Mercury Radio Theater and Orson Welles and that genre, going that far back to animated series with original material. In 2 years is very good testament to where the mentality of Craig Roshek and Jesse Cornett has been, who are more dedicated to this to any two people that you'll possibly meet, to people like now our two finalists in Evil Idol, who have made it this far on tremendous talent and will be with you in the midst of our endeavors that we have over the next couple of years between the Simply Scary podcast, the return of the Chilling Tales, the podcast. Did I say the return? I said the return. That's a thing. Just put a pin in it right there. Just put a pin in it because you would come back to that. and then the True Stories podcast, which is going to be coming up soon as well. Big things on the way, Chilling Tales for Dark Nights, and we like to have some awesome prizes go along with our Kickstarters too. That's something that we'll talk more about at another time. Now, that's it. We have gotten to this point. We have 2 left. Nick, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Jordan, are you ready?
Absolutely.
All right. This is the final round of Evil Idol 2016. And Jordan Lester, we're going to hear from you as our final story tonight in just a few moments, following this from Nick Goroff. Nick, final round. Go, sir.
Well, for this one, there's a bit of a primer to the story. Doctors had given him just 1 month to live, a month to wonder what comes afterward. There was one way to find out. Ask a dead man. This is There is a Reaper by Charles V. DeVette. The amber brown of the liquor disguised the poison it held, and I watched, with a smile on my lips, as he drank it. There was no pity in my heart for him. He was a jackal in the jungle of life, and I was one of the carnivores. It is the lot of the jackals of life to be devoured by the carnivore. Suddenly the contented look on his face froze into a startled stillness. I knew he was feeling the first savage twinge of the agony that was to come. His head turned, and he looked at me, and I saw suddenly that he knew what I had done. "You murderer!" he cursed me, and then his body arched in the middle, and his voice choked off deep in his throat. For a short minute he sat, tense, his body stiffened by the agony that rode it, unable to move a muscle. I watched the torment in his eyes build up to a crescendo of pain, until the suffering became so great that it filmed his eyes, and I knew that, though he still stared directly at me, he no longer saw me. Then, as suddenly as the spasm had come, the starch went out of his body, and his back slid slowly down the chair edge, heavily with his head resting limply against the seat of the chair. His right leg doubled up in a kind of jerk before he was still. I'd come. "Where are you?" I asked. The moment had cost me $60,000. 3 weeks ago, the best doctors in the state had given me a month to live, and with $7 million in the bank, I couldn't buy a minute more. I accepted the doctor's decision philosophically, like the gambler that I am. But I had a plan, one which necessity had never forced me to use until now. Several years before, I had read an article about the medicine men of a certain tribe of aborigines living in the jungle at the source of the Amazon River. Covered a process in which the juice of a certain bush, known only to them, could be used to poison a man. Anyone subjected to this poison died, but for a few minutes after the life left his body, the medicine men could still converse with him. Though ostensibly and actually dead, answered the medicine men's every question. This was their primitive, though reportedly effective method of catching glimpses of what lay in the world of death. I had conceived my idea at the time I read the article, but I had never had the need to use it, until the doctors gave me a month to live. Then I spent my $60,000, and 3 weeks later I held in my hands a small bottle of the witch doctor's fluid. The next step was to secure my victim, my collaborator, I preferred to call him. This was a nobody, a homeless, friendless non-entity picked up off the street. He had once been an educated man, but now he was only a bum, and when he died, he'd never be missed. A perfect man for my experiment. A rich man, because I have a system. The system is simple. I never make a move unless I know exactly where that move will lead me. Operations is the stock market. I spend money unstintingly to secure information I need before I take each step. I hire the best investigators, bribe employees and persons in positions to give me the information that I want, and only when I am as certain as humanly possible that I cannot be wrong do I move. And the system never fails. $7 million in the bank is proof of that. Now, knowing that I could not live, I intended to make the system work for me one last time before I died. I'm a firm believer in the adage that any situation can be whipped, given prior knowledge of its coming, and, of course, its attendant circumstances. For a moment, he did not answer, and I began to fear that my experiment had failed. "Where are you?" I repeated louder, sharper this time. Muscles about his eyes puckered with an unnormal tension, while the rest of his face held its death frost. Slowly, unnaturally, as though energized by some hyper-rational power, his lips and tongue moved. The words he spoke were clear. "I am in a," he said. "It is lighted dimly, but there's nothing for me to see." Blue veins showed through the flesh of his cheeks like watermarks on translucent paper. He paused, and I urged, "Go on." "I am alone," he said. "The realities I knew no longer exist, and I am damp and cold. All about me is a sense of gloom and dejection. It's an apprehension, an emanation so deep and real as to be almost a tangible thing. To either side of me seem to be formed, not of substance, but rather of the soundless cries of melancholy spirits of which I cannot see. I am waiting in the gloom for something which will come to me. Need to wait is an innate part of my being, and I have no thought of questioning it. His voice died again. "What are you waiting for?" I asked. "Do not know," he said, his voice dreary with the despair of centuries of hopelessness. "I only know that I must wait. That compulsion is greater than my strength to combat." The tone of his voice changed slightly. "The tunnel about me is widening, and now the walls receded into invisibility. The tunnel has become a plain, but the plain is as desolate, as forlorn and dreary as was the tunnel. And still I stand and wait. How long must this go on?" I fell silent, and I was about to prompt him with another question. I could not afford to let the time run out in long silences, but abruptly the muscles about his eyes tightened, and subtly a new aspect replaced their hopeless dejection. They expressed a black, bottomless terror. For a moment I marveled that so small a portion of a facial anatomy could express such horror. "There is something coming toward me," he said. "Beast, brutish foulness. Beast's too inadequate a term to describe it, but I know no words to tell its form. It is an intangible and evasive thing, but very real. And it is coming closer. It has no organs beside as I know them, but I feel that it can see me. It is aware of me with a sense sharper than vision itself. Very near now. Oh God, the malevolence, the hate, the potentiality of awful, fearsome destructiveness that is its very essence. Still, I cannot move. The expression of terrified anticipation centered in his eyes lessened slightly and was replaced instantly by its former deep, deep despair. I am no longer afraid, he said. Why? I interjected. Why? I was impatient to learn all that I could before the end came. Because, he paused, because it holds no threat for me. Somehow, someday, I understand, I know, taking that which, for I wait. What is it doing now? I asked. It has stopped beside me, and we stand together, gazing across the dark, empty plain. Now a second awful entity, with the same leashed virulence about it, moves up and stands at my other side. We all three wait. Myself, with a dark fear of this dismal universe. My unnatural companions, with patient, malicious menace. Bits of, he faltered, of, I can name it only aura, go out from the beasts like an acid stream and touch me. And the hate and the venom chill my body like a wave of intense cold. Now there are others of the awful breed behind me. We stand, waiting for that which will come. What it is, I do not know. I could see the pallor of death creeping steadily into the last corners of his lips, and I knew that the end was not far away. Suddenly, a black frustration built up within me. What are you waiting for? I screamed, the tenseness and the importance of this moment forcing me to lose the iron self-control upon which I have always prided myself. I knew that the answer held the secret of what I must know. If I could learn that, my experiment would not be in vain, and I could make whatever preparations were necessary for my own death. I had to know that answer. Think! Think! I pleaded. What are you waiting for? I do not know. The dreary despair in his eyes, sightless as they met mine, chilled me with a coldness that I felt in the marrow of my being. I do not know, he repeated. Yes, I do know. Abruptly, the plasmatic film cleared from his eyes, and I knew that for the first time since the poison struck, he was seeing me clearly. I sensed that this was the last moment before he left, for good. It had to be now. Tell me, I command you, I cried. What are you waiting for? His voice was quiet as he murmured, softly, implacably, before he was gone. We are waiting, he said, for you. And that was There is a Reaper by Charles V. DeVette.
Suits me just fine. Thank you very much. Well
Kind of
done.
got what he deserved, huh?
Yeah, I think so. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Goroff. Well done, buddy. Right here at 1 o'clock in the morning on November 1st.
It's 2 o'clock here.
Yes. We have made it to the final story of the evening. And Jordan, that puts you in the unenviable position of us having to go out on you. At least for now. You may make it one more. So here again is how it's going to work. We must vote one more time because this is a competition and this is how it works. So following Jordan's performance, we will again ask you to begin voting. We will cue you to vote. You'll have 10 minutes. It won't take that long, but we'll have 10 minutes anyway. The link is in the description of the video that you're listening to, watching right now. And if you can't see it, it is www.simplyscarypodcast.com/round3. Or you'll be able to SMS text your preferred winner code between Nick and Jordan, which we will give you the new code for each of them following Jordan's performance. You can text that to 650-600-9016. I'll give you that number again one more time. All right, in the interest of moving us forward and getting this thing on and getting our final read in, I give you one final time for this evening, our final contestant for this year's Evil Idol 2016 finale, Jordan Lester.
This story was, again, found on Reddit's No Sleep. If you couldn't tell, I'm really fond of that place. Not just on No Sleep, though. I do want to make a note of this, that the author, who goes by the screen name Decomposed, also has their own subreddit where they post their stories. So you can look on No Sleep. You can also check out their subreddit. The story is called Keeping You Up at Night. Flipping through the catalog of coupons and adverts next to the cash register, I absently stopped on a half-page red and yellow banner. Is your spouse's snoring keeping you up at night? Words, I felt a pang of guilt. But when Stephanie got going, it sounded like a lawnmower throwing down with a pack of wild boars. I tore the page out of the catalog, paid for my stuff, and took off to home, the sweet sounds of nameless jazz tunes keeping me company. Walking through the door, I expected to find Stephanie bustling around in the kitchen, but the house was empty and silent. No bother, I thought. I could take over kitchen duties for the night. I put some water on the stove to boil and remembered the ad from the store. Jacket pocket and read it over a few times. Scam. New product on the market, thoroughly tested and proven to lessen any level of snoring in just 3 weeks, or your money back. The words were wrapped under a cartoon drawing of a smiling nose with wings, taking flight into a light blue sky. The colors on the page was a bit unsettling. It had a phone number listed below the nostrils, 888-322-3633. What was the harm? Punching in the number, I shouldered the phone and stirred lazily at the water beginning to simmer in the pot. Maybe I'd make pasta with a nice chicken cordon bleu, or maybe a hello, and thank you for calling Breathe Easy, where we've got you by the nose. Shifted the phone into my hand. What a weird introduction. Please listen closely, as our menu options have recently changed. If you are a new customer, please press 1. Beep. If you are ordering for yourself, please press 1. For someone else, please press 2. Beep. The automated message led me through the rest of the process, presenting a handful of corresponding opinions regarding the situation, and by the time the pasta shells were softening, I'd ordered a 3-month supply for $49.99 plus shipping and handling. The company had stated that 3 weeks would be enough to see serious results, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. Stephanie arrived home a half hour later, sneaking up behind me and wrapping their arms around my stomach. I yelped, jumped, and almost elbowed her in the face. She just laughed and rubbed her chin on the back of my neck. During dinner, watching her over our steaming plates, I brought up my purchase. So I saw something while I was at the store, I murmured. Tell me you didn't buy more candles, she exclaimed. I furrowed my brow. They smell good, and they help me concentrate, you asshole. Sinking her face into her hands, she laughed and said, God, Carla, you're going to be the death of me. You spent almost $100 this month. It wasn't candles. Teeth. This was a conversation we'd had more times than I could count. She hated my spending habits. In fact, it was something for you. She raised an eyebrow. Oh? Just the slightest bit sheepish, I shrugged and said, Yeah, jerk. there's this new product floating around, kind of like the Breathe Right strips. I kept my eyes cast down on my plate, watching a small piece of cheese bubble up and burst. This again. You know those don't work. How much did you spend this time? It keeps me up at night, and it wrecks your sleep. Tea, and it'll be here in 2 days. We're trying it. She rolled her eyes. The rest of the dinner was mostly silent. The package arrived 2 days later, while we were both at work. I got home before Stephanie again and rushed inside to unwrap it. Through the folds of bubble packaging, I could see a box with the same odd mustard and ketchup scheme as the ad. And came up with an instruction manual, a bunch of ads for other products being hawked by the company, and a packet containing 90 small white strips with corresponding numbers. I didn't care if Stephanie thought this was stupid. After years of dealing with her thundermouth, I was willing to try anything. She was reluctant at first, but after she woke up in the first trial run saying that she hadn't slept that good for as long as she could remember, her qualms were quickly muted. Clockwork. Every night that week before bed, she happily slapped a strip. She was breathing better during the day, more alive, and she was even friskier in the bedroom. It seemed like my most recent purchase wasn't a waste after all, and I was quick to remind her of that fact every time she brought up how good she was feeling. The second day of week 2 that we started to have problems. Coming in from the bathroom, I was expecting sex and maybe a good cuddle, but found a teary, red-faced mess instead. "What's wrong?" I asked, slipping on a pair of panties. "It's the fucking strip!" she huffed, scratching at her nose. "It didn't sit right when I put it down, so I tried to peel it back and it's burning." "Let me take a look," I said, crawling onto the bed. I gingerly touched the corner where she tried to remove it. Underneath, the skin looked red, and which was odd, because when she took them off in the morning, her skin usually glowed with health. She bit her lip as I nudged the strip with my finger. It started to peel up, and just underneath the surface, past the natural adhesive that held it on, I could see thin black strings connecting it to her skin. I gasped, and her eyes shot to meet mine, filled with fear. "What?" I swallowed. "It's nothing. It's just really red." Her eyes roved my face, looking for the truth, but I just smiled and pet her hair. "Leave it alone and get some rest." I smoothed the strip back down. In the morning, everything was fine. As per usual, her skin was smoother than a fresh stick of butter. I put the black strings out of my mind. Breathe Easy hadn't been exaggerating. In just under 3 weeks, Stephanie's snoring had gone from a rip-roaring ocean of turmoil to a few gentle snorts under the hazy cloud of sleep. There were some nights when I didn't even realize that she'd fallen asleep before me, until I set my book down, rolled over to nuzzle her, and found her with her eyes closed and mouth half open, the gentle rise and fall of her chest a hypnotic comfort. That Saturday night, just before the end of the 3rd week, we came home from a party, blasted out of our minds. Stumbling through the door, we began to grope each other in the dark of the living room and eventually ended up in a sweaty pile on the bed, panting and writhing in the tangle of our sheets. After we finished, she lopped off to the bathroom with a sock stuck to her ass. I giggled silently. I could hear her shuffling around, making a mess of the cabinet. She dropped something that clattered noisily against the linoleum floor, and I could hear a faint, "Fuck it." A few minutes later, she stumbled back into bed and rolled over to me. She smelled like whiskey with a faint, lingering scent of rubbing alcohol. She pressed her face into my shoulder and sighed. I felt something rough and hard on her chin. We fell into a heady, warm sleep. I was dreaming. Colors and rough shapes flew past my face, and I was sucked into the night sky, and clouds whizzed past me. A tumultuous drunk's dream. Then I was falling, and I hit the ground with a burst of sound. Frantic screaming. I shot up in bed, my heart racing to find a writhing form next to me. It was Stephanie, and she was screaming like a fisher cat caught in a trap. "What's wrong?" I slurred. I was still pretty intoxicated. Burning. Everything is burning!" Her response came in short, quick gasps. I fumbled around in the dark next to my head for the cord of the lamp. When I found it, I pulled it down and the light clicked on, revealing a scene that makes me gag years later. Riddled across Stephanie's face were small red bumps, like the kind I used to get when I was a kid and went through my cystic acne phase. In between them were a dozen or so of the strips. She'd scattered them across her face, only one making it on the bridge of her nose, and even that one was crooked. And saw that the bumps were moving, pulsing as though there were something alive under the surface. In horror, my mind still fuzzy from the alcohol, I grabbed her head, holding it still as she continued to squirm and yell in my face, and ripped one of the strips away from her chin. It came up with the sound of a small shrub being uprooted, but it didn't lift away completely. Attached to it were more of the long, spindly black strings, and this time they were moving, waving in circles, caught between the sticky web of the adhesive strip and Stephanie's apple red skin. They strained and pulled and jumped as though trying to free themselves. Then they did. With a sick pop, the flesh around the strand split open, spraying my face with a hot sulfur liquid. Screamed louder, and I joined her as the small black bodies attached to the strings began to wriggle out of the new holes in her face, freeing themselves from the adhesive wrapping the strands. Their legs around and under her chin, the slick alien-like spiders forced their way out of her skin, burrowing into the surface. Stephanie shoved me away, clawing her face. Her fingernails raked across these tiny black forms, making them burst in a shower of blood across our sheets and down her chest. Underneath the flurry of her efforts, she scraped away more of the strips, forcing more of the spiders to the surface. I sat against the foot of the bed, watching, my mouth agape. Her throat screamed raw, skin a festering mess of arachnids. She scrambled off the bed and fell to the bathroom. More banging, more clattering, and a moment later her screams were cranked to a volume I couldn't comprehend. I jumped off the bed, stumbling as I went, and gripped the doorframe, preparing myself for the worst. Pushing the door open, I found it. Slumped against the sink, Stephanie had a pair of scissors in one hand, inch strip of her face in the other. She'd carved a patch of it away from her cheek, and it hung moist and thick from her jaw like a nightmare jowl. Her eyes were wild and white against the blood that now adorned her pale complexion, and she was crying, tears running a torrent through the mess of her skin. More black legs were beginning to sprout, pushing their way through the carnage and the wasted muscle. Right before I dove back into the bedroom, I reached for my phone to call 911. I saw the thin flesh of her nose stretch and bubble, legs pushing their way through the knotted surface. She swiped at it with the scissors, the sharp blade cutting through the tip. A shower of wriggling black bodies poured through the fresh hole, landing on the bloodied floor with a pop. Stephanie was in the hospital for months, recovering from both the physical wounds and the mental ones. I don't think she's ever fully forgiven me for forcing her into using those strips, but she lightly jokes about it from time to time. She had to have surgery to fix her face, and the scars are now a dull white. Breathe Easy had nothing to say about it. When we contacted their lawyers, we were informed that results may vary, and her reaction was clearly a sign of mental illness and self-harm, not to mention her blood alcohol level that night. Any attempt we made of going further was countered with a threat of lawsuits we couldn't afford to fight in our wildest dreams. For weeks after the incident, every so often we'd find one of the spiders in the corner of the bathroom creeping under the sink. I could hear a distant echo of Stephanie's screams of pain and horror. On the bright side, she hasn't snored in years. The end.
Great ending. Love it. Thank you very kindly.
Thank you.
Oh, it's creeping the hell out of me.
Yeah, that was creepy. Well done, Jordan Lester.
Very much.
That concludes everything except the last word, which is who it is to be our evil idol. It is time for you to vote beginning now. You can do so online. The link is in the description of this video. If you would rather I tell you, I can do that. It's www.simplyscarypodcast.com/round 3. 3 is the number 3, and you're welcome to vote there. You can also vote via SMS text, and I will have those numbers for you momentarily. But the number to whom you're going to text is, consider it an area code, 650-600-9016. That is to whom you'll be texting. And I'll have those contestant numbers specifically, the number for you momentarily for either of our finalists, Nick Goroff or Jordan Lester. Yeah, we're down to the end of this thing, and I'll take a deep breath for both of you. Well done.
Uh, huh.
Catch your breath there.
Yeah.
We're okay. We're going to be okay.
It's been a long way, for both of you. It's been a long evening this evening, too. And, I have to give you great credit, both of you, for your endurance. It is difficult to concentrate when you're tired and when you've been going on and on and on. It's kind of the cool challenge of that's the cool challenge of doing the live events like this, is because the longer you stay, the more delirious you get, and the stories can take on a certain hilarity that they normally don't have. At least I find that.
Oh, Jordan, I don't know about you, but I didn't really expect to make it here.
No, me neither.
Yes.
No.
Here we go.
Yeah, it's been we started the competition, and I'd like to go back to what Craig has said about this, with over 200 applicants, and then what ended up being around 180 contestants at the beginning of the round. And, there have been situations where it has been just so close in some of these situations to advance people on further. And it's a great testament to your longevity, that's for sure. We have finally arrived at our final 2, and the voting is currently underway. You have about 8 minutes or so to continue voting. You can do so online at simplyscarypodcast.com/round 3. And you'll also be able to see the tally of the votes in real time. And we're close right now. That's as to be expected. And I wish you both luck, Nick and Jordan. A great accomplishment getting this far. There are some things at stake here as well, not the least of which is, not everybody needs professional, recording equipment, but we got it to give if that's part of the plan. And we wish you luck in that. But also, we have many things on many burners right now at Chilling Tales for Dark Nights, and among them I mentioned the animated series, which I've seen some of the artwork that Craig has in mind for this, and some of the samples from various artists. I gotta tell you, this is gonna be whack. It's gonna be phenomenal. And I like the idea of being able to bring that scary visual component to what we do and tell those stories that way, especially when you lap that upon great narration like what we've heard tonight from Nick and Jordan and others that have been with us here and for so long. Also, something else we got coming up would be a playable character in the video game that we're developing. I still find that impossible to get out. We're developing a video game, and
it's the biggest entertainment market out there. I mean, how can you not?
Gotta tell you, it's something to do, and it will be quite interesting. And so you'll also as winner of Evil Idol. About 6 minutes left now to get your votes in. You're going to be working one-on-one with our custom story writers, going to play off your strengths and create a story just for yourself. And I think that's a pretty cool thing right there, because you both are very, you draw from you have to draw from some very interesting places to come up with some of the mannerisms that you've developed, both of you.
Jordan, are you having trouble speaking?
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little flustered.
It's I mean, I guess it's acting. You know, you just sort of draw, and you're like, okay, time to be scared, time to be angry, time. I remember that. Yeah, I can do scared. I know scared. I know angry. I know. Well, I know the feeling of what the hell is actually going on right now. I know that feeling. I'm gonna live that feeling.
Craig Groshek would like for me to ask if either of you imagine they would make it this far. I think we've actually answered that question, have we not?
Yeah, absolutely not.
It is.
Not in a million years. I did not think I'd get this far.
It is an interesting thing. I've never done a contest like this, so it's, you know, I did, you know, audition to do some work, and that was a pretty intimidating thing on its own. But I didn't put myself out in front of, you know, the thousands of people that heard your work and voted on your work and acted as your judge. I couldn't imagine wanting to do that. Wanting to enter a contest that puts so much out there in front of people like that. And I'm saying that as the host of, you know, these endeavors, but when you've done it for 30 years, there is no fear anymore. You just go do it. And as folks that are kind of new to doing this sort of stuff, I would find that incredibly intimidating.
It's taken some getting used to.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
It is too early in the morning to form a coherent sentence for anybody right now.
Yeah.
No, this is a very rare. This is anybody who knows anything about me knows that it's very seldom that I'm actually at a loss for words. So,
well, I understand. My wife would say that I'm never a loss for words. I have an answer for everything. And as long as I've been in this, that's probably the truth.
I'm gonna go back to blaming the vodka myself. The vodka
You should.
and the Halloween sugar, the Halloween candy sugar, and the vodka. It's This has honestly been the most fun Halloween I think I've had since maybe that time when I was 16 and I dropped acid and thought I'd meet a real ghost.
I can't say acid ever made me do that, but
it didn't make me do that either. I just kind of hoped that I would.
3 minutes left in our voting, and your last chance to get it in here for tonight. 3 minutes, we'll find out who our ultimate winner of Evil Idol is. This is something that we will resume doing again next year as well. We are going to do this again because much like you would mine some characters in, say, Star Wars Heroes, which is one of my favorite gaming apps, we need to mine some talent. And there's so much of it, not just in the writing side of everything, but in the voiceover side of things. And we have, through this, you know, contest, been incredibly blessed with great talent in every capacity of what it takes to put these online and do these sorts of productions and allow us, some of us, to get back to what Chilling Tales for Dark Nights was all about, which was the longer form, longer story, full production type things. Last year, I got to do a story originally written by Jeff Ebright, who is one of my favorite contemporary authors, and a story about the curious case of Lolo Marino. And I got to play the quintessential 1930s private dick. You know, the guy, he's that guy. He's got an office up there. And he goes up to that office and he looks out the window and he looks down on the street and he sees these guys standing around. And he's going, it's these guys right here. I got to watch these guys right here. I got to play that kind of character. And that's one of my favorite ones because I love reading
How do you not?
that sort of stuff. You know, old crime, you know, Dixon Hill, Mike Hammer.
Noir. Crime noir.
Yes, crime noir. That's that reaches me in a way that I have not been able to be reached. I don't think in doing readings like this. I'm looking forward to that because in this final minute of voting here, last minute of it, and it's close. That's the sort of things that Chilling Tales for Dark Nights became known for in the first place, and we need to get back to doing as well. And amongst everything else that we do, that's what we're going to get back to doing. Less than 30 seconds to vote. I wish each of you the best of luck. Our finalists that made it this far to the final round, Nick Goroff. Congratulations, sir. Good luck. We'll have the final vote in just a couple of minutes. Great job tonight.
Thank you. I mean, I'm just still sort of struck on the notion of she was a leggy dame, the dangerous sort, the kind who shows up only at your very lowest and knows it.
Exactly.
Yeah, how can you not go for that kind of role? Like, hey, do you want to read a noir detective?
Yes.
Was that a real question?
Not a question. And Jordan Lester, congratulations too in making it this far.
Thank you very, very much. This has been crazy and kind of scary, the good kind of scary. I have met so many amazing writers, so many amazing actors. I would not trade this experience for anything.
And the winner of our first ever Evil Idol. The winner. Congratulations. Nick Goroff. You are our Evil Idol, sir. Congratulations.
Well,
24 votes separating our two finalists, Nick Goroff and Jordan Lester. The final vote tally, Jordan got 137 votes, Nick got 161. That is the vote final tally from our online real-time voting tonight. Congratulations, Nick. Congratulations, Jordan. By no means is this goodbye. Your talents are incredibly appreciated. You need to go back and look at the comments tonight on the YouTube live stream. Everybody is just so proud of you and the job that you've done tonight.
Thank you very much.
Jordan, fantastic work tonight. Holy shit.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, and by no means the last time we're going to hear your talents. So talented in what you've done, and
I can't wait to work. I can't wait to work with you. I really can't.
Me neither. It's been really amazing. I want to thank. I mean, I'm not the winner, so it's not my place to thank anybody, but I do want to thank all the authors who've been incredible and let me use their stuff, and I want to thank my family because I couldn't have done this without them. And again, I know I'm not stealing anyone's thunder. I just wanted to let people know how grateful I am.
No. Go down. No, you killed it. You killed it tonight. You fucking killed it tonight. Oh my god, you had me shook, especially at the end there. I'm like, no. It was all just vocal fry on my end. No, she's got this. Oh my god, we're gonna do some damn fine work together.
I'd say that's
so.
right. Yeah, I know that to be true. Your talents impressed an awful lot of people. You're being congratulated in a constant stream here on the YouTube comments. And Jeff Ebright, thank you for popping in. You're right, Jordan, you were awesome. Very good job. And congratulations finally to our winner of Evil Idol 2016. It is Nick Goroff, and a separation of only 24 votes. I'm told by Craig that your crown is in the mail. The postage is not included. You'll have to pick that up yourself, sir. Sorry about that.
It's okay. I live in a locked building. I always have to go pick up my FedEx packages.
Oh, man. And that is where it is at. My goodness. No bad performers tonight. Joshua's commenting here, and no, there was Not a single bad performance by any stretch, and we were terribly impressed by everyone in their readings tonight. Some fabulous moments. It takes a lot of voice actors to do what we do, and the talent of our Evil Idol contestants has been astonishing. And I think everyone agrees that we've ended up in the right place on this. Our first ever Evil Idol is Nick Goroff, 24 votes separated he and our second place finisher, who was Jordan Lester. And Jordan, great reads tonight from you. And there's no doubt that we will be doing more work with you. By the way, you need to know this as fans of the show. There is a collection of high quality recordings of everyone's 4 story choices for tonight that have been recorded in studio and have been edited properly that will be available later for download in the patrons area. That's the place on our website at chillingtalesfordarknights.com where you can go and sign up. You can become a patron of the website. It supports us in our endeavors, and you will be able to acquire a lot of material that is not available to the general public. Your monthly support is what helps keep this project going. And there is a brand new, it's not brand new to us, we've been working on it for so long, but still fresh out, is the Simply Scary podcast. You'll be able to see that once or twice a week. And in the very near future, both of the voices that ended up in this final round, Nick and Jordan both, are going to be featured probably frequently. I think I hate to assume anything, but I think I'm fair in assuming that both of you will be frequently and requested voice talent in the Simply Scary podcast each week. In fact, some people are saying to us, between the two of you and others of our 6 finalists tonight, that they wish every story were read by you. And that's great compliments coming from the crowd that listens to Chilling Tales for Dark Nights. Many other things as we close out tonight. I want to again remind you that every Tuesday is when the Simply Scary podcast is available for you. We are going to be doing a new series soon that I'll be narrating and helping stitch together. It's going to be called True Scary Stories. And these are the ones that you've heard about, maybe even in the person next door to you. You just don't know. And I'd like for you to think about, this time of year, everybody asks you for money. So we're going to wait till February. Our animated series and video game projects that we've told you about this evening will demand crowdfunding. And that's something that we're going to come to you to. But this is not a frivolous demand. And it's not something that we're going to not have something that is worthwhile in return. Animated series, well, you can welcome Nick Goroff to the guaranteed cast of the animated series as a voice talent there, and the video game project. And I'd also bet Jordan Lester is going to be seen, heard regularly, especially in these particular endeavors here. And next year is going to be a very telling year for us. We've spent a lot of time doing what we do because we love doing what we do, and we don't do it exactly like everybody else. Some people would say we're assholes. Well, they may be right about that, but in reality, we just like doing it what we think is better than what everybody else does. That's why we do things like Evil Idol. A lot of people were very critical of that decision by us, by the way, but I think everybody would agree at the end. We have got some talented people here at Chilling Tales for Dark Nights. I want to thank Otis Gyrie, the master storyteller, for dropping by and definitely spending some time in the YouTube online chat tonight. That was a very wonderful thing for him to do. Jesse Cornett is the executive producer of Chilling Tales for Dark Nights in every capacity. He is the quality control of this organization, and he is also the guy that makes the audio that you end up hearing. He is the last quality control that makes that happen. What we do wouldn't be possible without him. Thanks, Jesse Cornett. Our fierce and fearless leader is Craig Groshek, who is the head of Chilling Tales for Dark Nights. I'm one of these people that I don't follow people very well, and I don't follow Craig. I don't have to. Craig and I collaborate on many different things. He's very fair when he considers my opinion about things, and I, believe me, have a lot to say about a lot of stuff. I've got to be a bore sometimes, kind of like me right now. So in those endeavors, I'll move on. Christopher Keegan, Brendan McNair, Kristen Holland, Ashley Arndt, and finally, Jordan Lester. Congratulations on having made it to the final round. You didn't win tonight, but you are part of our family. And again, congratulations, Nick Goroff, on winning Evil Idol 2016. Sir, your endeavors are wonderful. And to the 330 listeners tonight that shared this experience with us, we've gone 4 3/4 hours, and I'm happy about it. So I'll close tonight by saying happy Halloween. I've been your host, Steve Taylor, and tomorrow I'll still be your host, Steve Taylor. Good night. Long live the king.